All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, you may call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case CBC 2020-06, the Special Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. Today we will continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness Sandra Mitchell. The accused are present in court today. Three of the accused are. Mr. Krasniqi is appearing by video link. Before I invite the witness in, there are a few matters to address. First, during the last hearing day, the defense for Mr. Thaçi tendered an excerpt of a video that was marked for identification 1D00096. The SBO objected on the basis that the video was not complete, and the defense undertook to obtain the full version. I understand there was inter-parties correspondence on this issue. The defense has since made the full version of the video available to the SBO, and the SBO has reviewed it and no longer objects to the admission of the excerpt that is already marked for identification. Is that correct, Ms. Meyer?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you. So the panel will make an oral order on this matter. The video excerpt marked for identification as 1D00096 will be admitted. This concludes the panel's first oral order. Secondly, the panel will address the request of the SBO for a suspension of deadlines for transcript reduction review falling during the winter recess. The SBO requests that any such deadline be extended to 12 January 2024. This is filing F01987. The SBO submits that the suspension would allow all parties and participants to conduct a meaningful review once official transcripts are notified, and that only the rolling 10-day deadlines for the SBO to propose redactions and the other parties and participants to respond would be effective. Any objection to this suggestion by the defense?
No objection, Judge.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection being heard. We will continue. We will proceed on that. The panel grants the SBO request that F01987, in accordance with Rule 9, subparagraph 5, the deadlines for transcript of redaction review falling during the winter recess are extended to 12 January 2004. This concludes the panel's second oral order. Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in.
May I just bring up one brief housekeeping matter before that? I understand that the list of witnesses for January is scheduled to be released on Thursday. Given the fact that we're not in session and many folks are going to be on the move on Thursday, we just ask that that be moved up a day till Wednesday, if that's feasible.
Prosecution, is that possible to do?
I will absolutely check with my office. I'm not coordinating the witnesses, so I will let them know of the request and try to have an answer right after the first break.
Thank you. Now you may bring the witness in. Good morning, witness.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Today, we will continue with your testimony, and we hope to conclude it today, as you requested.
Thank you.
We will begin with first the prosecution. Do you have any redirect?
Very brief.
Go ahead.
Good morning, witness. Last week, you were asked questions by Mr. Kehoe and also by Ms. O'Reilly dealing with Dr. Kushner, and specifically Mr. Thaçi spent some time with you on videos and articles with statements of Mr. Thaçi in the second half of 1999, so in the time period after you returned to Kosovo from June 1999 forward. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to focus on that, and I'd ask the court if we can pull up SITF 00172746 to SITF 00172749 RED. So looking at this first page of the document, do you see here that it's from Kushner on Mick Pristina, and the date is 29 July 1999, and it's to Mayette U Nations, New York. Do you know who that is?
That is the UN Secretariat, I believe, where code cables go.
And it says right below that, under the subject, attached, please find a report on a meeting of 27 July of the SRSG and COMK4 with Thaçi and Cheku on transformation of the UCK. Do you know what COMK4 stands for?
Commander of KFOR?
And do you know who that was at the time? Was that General Jackson?
Early July, most likely. Yes.
All right. And it says, if we can go to the next page, which is SITF 00172747 RED. And at the top there, again, it recites that it's meeting of the SRSG and COMK4 on 27 July. You had testified in your testimony that you were at several meetings with Mr. Thaçi and or Mr. Cheku. Do you recall if you were at this meeting, if you're at a meeting with the two of them and General Jackson and Dr. Kushner?
I do not.
All right, well, I'd like to go through a couple of portions of it. In the summary, if we can zoom in on the first paragraph under summary, and just the beginning of that paragraph, it says, a difficult meeting on the transformation of the UÇK, in which Thaçi insistently set out the UÇK's intention to form an army at the end of demilitarization and denied responsibility for any acts committed in the name of the UÇK since KFOR's arrival. When did KFOR arrive, if you know?
Immediately following the signature of the Kumanovo Agreement, KFOR began going in. It would have been around June 12th, maybe, 1999.
And is that description of a denial of any reactions consistent with with Mr. Thaçi's reactions when you raised allegations of human rights violations by the UÇK?
Yes, it is.
And is it also consistent with the reaction of the other UÇK leaders that you testified last week that you met with when you raised allegations of human rights violations to them?
Yes, it is.
And if we go to the next page, which is SITF 00172748 RED, under the heading D, paramilitary forces. There it says COMK4 said that he was worried about PU elements in black uniforms. He asked who they were. They had no authority to make arrests. It was kidnapping. He was losing confidence and might have to react. Thaçi's answer was evasive. In this description, it mentions PU elements. Do you know what PU is or what that stands for?
No.
Understood. The mention of black uniforms, is that consistent with the description of UÇK individuals who had been reported to have been abducted when you received those reports as part of OSCE, KBM, and OMIC?
Yes.
And if we go just above that paragraph, the heading, the entire paragraph is on this page, but the heading from the previous page says occupation of commercial premises. And that first sentence, it says the SRSG, and that's Dr. Kushner, right?
Yes.
And it says the SRSG raised the issue of alleged occupation of commercial premises by individuals claiming to be members of the UÇK. And again, I'm not going to read the whole paragraph to you. You're welcome to read the whole thing on the screen. It's there for everyone to see. But it lands at the end where it says, after much prompting, Thaçi reluctantly agreed to visit site with SRSG and tell any illegal occupiers to leave. Again, was this consistent, a sort of reluctance on Mr. Thaçi's part? Was that consistent with how he responded to allegations when you were in meetings that you were present for?
Yes.
And if we go to the last page, which is SITF 00172749 RED, under the heading comment. And it says there at the top, Thaçi is neither willing to accept responsibility for anything that takes place in the UÇK's name, nor to take a duty upon him to show leadership to organize a joint Kosovo-Albanian approach to establishing a stable administration. He tried to make clear that the UÇK had a right to run Kosovo and to quickly deliver it into independence. He knows that he is in opposition to UN Security Council Resolution 1244, but clearly wants to test out how far he can go in pushing UNMIK and KFOR to accept UÇK as fait accompli. Did Mr. Thaçi, in your meetings with him, make similar statements about the UÇK's right to run Kosovo?
Yes, he did.
And again, from your meetings with Mr. Thaçi during this time frame, which is late July 1999, was it your impression as well, like Dr. Kushner's here, that Thaçi was pushing for international authorities to accept control of the UÇK as a fait accompli?
Yes.
I have no more questions, Your Honor. Oh, I would offer this document into evidence, which is SITF 00172749 to SITF 001727, I'm sorry, it's 26. Let me start over. SITF 00172746 to SITF 00172749 RED. I would ask the court's permission to add this document to the exhibit list. It is a more legible version of item number SPOE 00246103 to SPOE 00246106, which is item number 11757 on the exhibit list. And it was disclosed on 18 August 2021. So I would, and this item was redisclosed, or it was disclosed on Friday in package 1045 as a more legible version.
No objection. I understand the legibility issue.
SITF 00172746 through SITF 00172749 is admitted as a substitute of exhibit list number 11757.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Your Honor, that document will be assigned Exhibit B 755, and can we confirm the classification for it? Thank you.
It can be classified as public.
Briefly questioning on this area that was just raised, if I may. If I may, with leave recross on what was just presented and some ancillary issues concerning this.
All right, go ahead, briefly.
Good morning, Ms. Mitchell. Obviously, you were not at this meeting with Ambassador Kushner and, General Jackson and General Cheku and Mr. Thaçi. Isn't that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And we're talking about a period of time in July of July of 1999, where I think last week we talked about difficulty with police, difficulty with administration, difficulty with UNMIC coming in and standing up and taking control. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And in this period of time, what we see here is some negotiation back and forth about, and you're welcome to look at this document. If we could put this document back up, I'm sorry, Counsel, I didn't mean to take that down. If we could put that back up. And if I may, we can scroll down just a little bit to the second page. And the summary that counsel just read is talking in part about the demilitarization of the KLA. And from your experience, you know that was a very difficult issue for the KLA, especially when it came to disarming them, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And just going in the fashion that counsel just went through in the Mitrovica situation in A, Ambassador Kushner asked Mr. Thaçi to once again intervene in issues in Mitrovica on about 31 July of 1999, as you can see here, and Thaçi did, in fact, try to exert his influence, didn't he?
Yes.
And if we turn to the next page, at the top of the page where counsel read the issue of occupation of commercial premises, and after the last sentence said, in that paragraph, after much prompting, Thaçi reluctantly agreed to visit a site with the Ambassador Kushner, SR, SG, and tell any occupants to leave. He did that, didn't he? Thaçi was out there telling people to get out of other people's houses, wasn't he?
Yes.
And if we move down a bit in this document, and if we talk about the COMFOR, and this is General Sir Mike Jackson, talking about the standing up of the Army, this is at a point when the KLA wanted to have an army, set up an army within the country. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And Jackson, if we read here, said that the proposed army was even a bigger problem. There's no possibility for KFOR to have an army before a final political settlement was reached. Do you see that? You see that in that paragraph, ma'am?
Yes, I believe it's Kosovo, not KFOR, to have an army.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I apologize, it was KFOR. But the way they put it in their paper arrogated to Kosovo the status of an independent state. That was reinforced by using the term Minister of Defense. But there was no such ministry, as there was no provisional government of Mr. Thaçi. Now, while Thaçi was, according to your testimony, attempting to assert the influence of the provisional government and the KLA, the UN administration was telling him that you have no government, you have no Ministry of Defense, and we're the only people in charge, right?
Yes.
And when all of this wrangling was going back and forth, there was in fact a ultimate disarmament on the 21st of September 1999, and the KLA gave up their weapons, and the establishment of the Kosovo Protection Corps took place, didn't it?
Yes.
And let me show you SITF 00173-538 to SITF 00173-542. And this is again a cable going to the Mayet from Ambassador Kushner, dated 21 September 1999. And if we can just, this is the cover page. And if we go to the next page, it's talking about the establishment, page 2, the establishment of the Kosovo Protection Corps. And if we can just go down 4 paragraphs. On that same page, it notes the Corps will consist of up to 3,000 active and 2,000 reserve members. And the idea in the international community here, Ms. Mitchell, was that young soldiers that had been in the KLA were going to move into the Kosovo Protective Corps and give them a job and allow them to be productive in society, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, and the Kosovo Protection Corps was going to provide emergency and other specialized services, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if we can turn to the next page, and this is the background paper for the demilitarization and transformation of the UCK. And we're not going to read this whole item, but just the first sentence of the first paragraph. The concept of transforming fighting forces into a civil role is well established in peacekeeping practices. If we can go to the next paragraph, demobilization is problematic in any society. Veterans have needs, and their strong sense of entitlement is a powerful factor of any post-conflict setting. That was the general understanding, obviously, that transforming an army was difficult, but they had to do something to assist these veterans, right?
Yes.
And paragraph 3, some former fighters will move into organized crime if they have no other employment option. Whole units are reportedly being recruited by Albanian crime syndicates. Other fighters will go underground if they feel betrayed in their view, denied even a hope for the eventual establishment of the National Guard referred to in the undertaking. That was, again, the general tenor of the KLA, with that soldiers would drift into, the general tenor or understanding of the international community. That the general tenor was that left to their own devices, you had soldiers that might drift into organized crime, or they might just continue to act in their own self-interest, if not given other employment, right?
Yes.
And if we go to paragraph 4, against this backdrop, background, K4, in close consultation with UNMIC, developed a concept for civilian discipline uniform and multi-ethnic emergency corps closely modeled on the Sécurité Civile of France. The Kosovo Protection Corps will provide needed emergency and other specialized services while absorbing substantial UCK manpower and redirecting its aspirations. That, of course, again, was the goal of the Kosovo Protective Corps in the international community, wasn't it?
Yes.
And this goal was applauded, this transformation or the establishment of the Kosovo Protective Corps while absorbing substantial UCK manpower and directing its aspirations. This goal was applauded by the international community, General Clinton, Prime Minister Blair, the Secretary Generals at the time, the head of NATO. They all applauded this effort, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay, let me just show you one last document and I will conclude. SITF 00172-765 to SITF 00172784. And this is another cable of the same day by Ambassador Kushner. Did they refer to him as Ambassador Kushner or Dr. Kushner? I never get that straight.
In the UN, they dropped the rank of ambassador, so it would be doctor or
Doctor.
SRSG.
Thank you. You read these things and never quite get it straight. So Dr. Kushner is sending this back, and if we can go to the next page. It's a statement by General Cheku in accordance with the terms of UN Security Council Resolution 1244, in keeping with the undertaking of demilitarization and transformation signed on 21 June and received by Commander K4. I declare that the UCK has completed with all provisions of the undertaking and completed its process of demilitarization. The next page, if we can, is a statement by Mr. Thaçi at the time, and the next pages are if we can go to the UNMIC regulation, which is 1999/18 on the establishment of the Kosovo Protection Corps. So, and we're not going to go through the whole thing. You're welcome to do that. But Ms. Mitchell, as we go through this, the initial undertaking is on the 21st. We saw, based on the document shown to you by the prosecutor, that there's some wrangling going on back and forth between Mr. Thaçi and General Cheku and Dr. Kushner and General Jackson. But at the end of the day, in September, there was a complete demilitarization of the KLA and the establishment of the Kosovo Protection Corps, wasn't there?
Yes.
And in addition to signing on to that, Mr. Thaçi was also at the time promoting the establishment and the training of the Kosovo police force, wasn't he?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I will offer into evidence SITF 00173538 to 173542, which is the first document that I was referring to, and the next document is the document concerning the Kosovo Protection Course, SITF 17265 and SITF 172784. That is the preliminary documents and plus the regulation. And I think I misspoke on the regulation. This is UNMIC regulation 1999/8. And we will put that into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, and no objection to a public classification of both of those.
And of yours as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
SITF 00173538 to 173542, and SITF 00172-765 to 00172-784 are both admitted, and these two exhibits will be reclassified as public, as well as reclassifying as public SITF 00172-746 through 172749.
And just one, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, the first document, SITF 00173538 to 00173542 will be assigned Exhibit 1D98, and it will be public. The second document, SITF 00172765 to 00172784, will be Exhibit 1D99 and also reclassified to public, and likewise, Your Honor, Exhibit B755 will be reclassified to public.
And just one correction, if I can here, Judge. I think I misspoke. When I was talking to you about the international community applauding this, I didn't mean General Clinton. You understood me to mean President Clinton and Prime Minister Blair, did you not?
I did, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell.
Right. Ms. O'Reilly?
No more questions from us, Your Honor.
Mr. Roberts?
Nothing for me at this stage, Your Honor.
Mr. Ellis?
Nothing, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
As already said by my colleague, Judge Smith, the panel has some more questions for you. I hope that's okay.
Of course.
So let me start with my first question. Last week, during your examination by the prosecution, you told us that you had meetings with several KLA members, including Mr. Thaçi, in which you spoke about arrests, kidnappings, disappearances, and the detention of persons by men dressed in black with UÇK insignia. And you further said that there had also been, I quote, a series of démarches or small protests outside the headquarters in Pristina by Serbian families wondering where their missing were, as there was a number of Serbians that were missing as well. Do you remember saying this?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I was referring to page 10536, lines 19 to 22 of the transcript. Ms. Mitchell, my first question is the following. Were there also media reports about these incidents, that is, kidnappings, disappearances, and the detention of persons by men dressed in black with UÇK insignia?
Yes, I believe there would have been.
And when did the media coverage of these kidnappings and detentions start, if you know?
Sir, with regards to the missing Serbs, those would have begun in 1998 in the summer. And would have continued thereafter at different peaks in the media cycle.
Thank you. And do you know where were these reports published or broadcasted, only in the international press or also in local Albanian-speaking media?
I believe they were in the international media and the Serbian media. I do not know about the Albanian media.
Are you aware of any publications or public announcements in the media or elsewhere in which the KLA, the UÇK, either accepted or denied responsibility for the alleged acts?
No, sir, but that's not to say they didn't happen. I just don't recall them.
Thank you. My next question specifically relates to the time period between February and April 1999. I think you already mentioned what you called in your examination by the prosecution last week the failed agreements in Rambouillet a couple of times. I would like to know, do you know whether the release of abducted persons by both parties to the conflict was a topic, a subject of the negotiations in Rambouillet?
No, sir, I would be guessing.
Madam Court Officer, could you please put IT-05-87 P00474 for us on the screen? And go to page 2, please. Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, can you see on the bottom left side, under the headline, Detention of Combatants and Justice Issues, number 10, where it says, all abducted persons or other persons held without charge shall be released. The parties shall also release and transfer in accordance with this agreement all persons held in connection with the conflict. Can you see that?
Yes.
Madam Court Officer, could we please go back to page 1 of the document? Thank you. So, Ms. Mitchell, this is from the so-called Interim Agreement for Peace and Self-Government in Kosovo, or Rambouillet Agreement, 23rd February 1999, Article 2. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you. I move on to my next question. Last Tuesday, you were asked by the prosecution how you or your team learned about detained or missing persons, and you answered that this had been an issue of enormous stress for the population across Kosovo at the time, and that local political leaders, as well as other individuals, came to your office and reported about missing family members. Do you recall that?
Yes.
This is from page 105 to 8, lines 7 to 13 of the transcript. Ms. Mitchell, my question is, did the people who came to your office to report about the disappearances of their family members also tell you that they had already contacted the KLA either at local or at a higher level?
Some did, yes.
And what was the reaction or the response of the people they had contacted? Did they tell you that?
Some, yes, sir, some would have said that the KLA Perhaps, yes, they were detaining them and that the people were okay, the detainees were okay, and other times it would be denied.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, you already told us about the meetings you had with Mr. Thaçi during your time in Kosovo in 1998 and 1999. Could you please give us more details on how these meetings took place? I assume you spoke English and Mr. Thaçi Albanian, is that right?
Yes, I would have had a translator.
And how would you describe the relationship between Mr. Thaçi and the other members of the KLA who were present during the meetings? How did the other KLA members behave towards Mr. Thaçi, if you can say that?
I would say that they deferred to Mr. Thaçi.
So you were able to observe a hierarchy
Yes,
between Mr. Thaçi and the other KLA members? Is that right?
yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Mitchell, after speaking about your impressions of Mr. Thaçi during your meetings with him during and after the war, can you also tell us something about the other three accused here in the courtroom and on Zoom? For example, have you ever met any of them in person?
I don't remember, sir.
Do you know what role or function the other three accused had during or after the war? Do you know, for example, whether they were members of the KLA General Staff?
It's my understanding they were members of the KLA, but generally,
Not of the General Staff. in
I don't
particular.
recall that, no.
Thank you. Did you ever discuss all or any of the other three accused, Mr. Veseli, Mr. Selimi, and or Mr. Krasniqi, in meetings with your colleagues in 1998 or 1999? Can you recall that?
I can't recall specifically, no.
Do you know if any or all or any of the other accused have also been confronted by international organizations or media with reports of abductions or detentions allegedly committed by members of the KLA?
Beyond being familiar with the names, no, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, my next questions concern specifically the period between April and September 1999, when the so-called Provisional Government of Kosovo, or PGOK, was established. And I would like to ask you first, can you tell us what you know about the establishment or the creation of the PGOK? In particular, what was the relationship between the KLA General Staff or members of the KLA General Staff and the Provisional Government of Kosovo?
It was my understanding that they were one of the same.
Leads me to my next question. Do you know whether some members of the KLA General Staff were dismissed or replaced within the KLA General Staff after the establishment of the PGOK, the Provisional Government of Kosovo?
No, sir, I'm not aware of such details.
Thank you. And generally speaking, what was the role of the PGOK, the Provisional Government of Kosovo, after the withdrawal of the Yugoslav or Serbian forces in June 1999?
Following the Security Council resolution, they had no official role. But as a matter of fact, they stepped in the absence of any political apparatus or security apparatus outside Kosovo, or outside KFOR, forgive me, and appointed people as mayors and made appointments to try to get some sort of civil administration running.
And do you know whether Mr. Thaçi, as Prime Minister of the PGOK, issued political decisions, legal orders, or declarations during this time?
Yes.
Have you seen any of these political decisions or legal orders or declarations?
Only as a matter of fact, someone would tell me that they had been appointed as the mayor by Mr. Thaçi. I don't recall seeing specific documents.
I understand. And did Mr. Thaçi, to your knowledge, meet with international representatives on domestic or foreign policy issues? I mean, apart from your office, of course, as far as you know.
Yes.
Could you be more specific about that? For example, give
Very frequently meeting at the SRSG's office, Dr. Kushner's office, also meeting with the European Union on reconstruction issues. I believe there were donor conferences as well that he would have spoken at. COMKFOR, of course. He met with the OSCE. I don't recall how much he would have been meeting with UNHCR.
Thank you. My next question is, how would you describe in general terms the security situation after the withdrawal of the Serbian forces on 20 June 1999? Were there still hostile or provocative acts by the Serb forces and or the KLA?
I was in Pristina as part of the advance team, and the Serbian forces were still occupying Pristina, looting, things of this nature. At that point, there was no one stopping them. I think that there was an effort there was very little security, sir. Very little security. Very little people. As the people came back, then you saw the emergence of de facto police authorities, what I would call de facto police authorities.
And was there still fighting going on in some parts of the country, as far as you know?
Very little. I would say there was fighting, but not necessarily between the Serbians and the international forces. There may have been some pockets of resistance, but mostly it became a period of what I would describe as civil unrest.
And more specifically, what about the KLA? Fightings going on between the KLA or elements of the KLA and the Serbian forces, Yugoslav forces?
There were skirmishes going on between the KLA and Serbians, whether they were VJ or MUP. I don't recall that. I think very little. They did withdraw as agreed. In the northern part of Mitrovica, there was ongoing violence, but again, I think it was more Serbian civilians. They may have been part of the Serbian apparatus dressed in civilian clothes in the northern part of Kosovo. I think that continues to be a flashpoint.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. I have a few more questions about your encounters with Mr. Thaçi now. In your interview with the SITF, the Special Investigative Task Force in June 2014, this is Exhibit 013312 to 013334, page 18 per 50, you said that when internationals needed something, they turned to the KLA, and Mr. Thaçi in particular became the go-to guy for delivering at either the local level or the national level. Do you remember saying this?
Yes.
Could you please explain what you meant by that, perhaps by giving us an example of when and how Mr. Thaçi had delivered at local and or national level? I think you mentioned one example during your preparation session with the SBO in relation to Mitrovica.
Yes, Mitrovica is the one I recall the most. in part because I had been in Mitrovica during one of these clashes, and there had been a lot of tear gas. And I do remember in that particular instance, I'm trying to think who the regional director was. May have been Jacques Klein. And there were phone calls made to try to disperse an Albanian crowd, and similar efforts were going on across the river. Outreach was being made to the Serbian leadership in the north part of Mitrovica, so it was both sides, to try to get the Albanian crowd to move back and get the Serbian crowd to move back, etc. And that was successful. The crowd did disperse at the request of Mr. Thaçi. That's the one that stands out the best because I remember the tear gas.
So that I can understand you correctly, Mr. Thaçi made these phone calls?
Oh, no, sorry. The phone calls would have been made by the regional director or by Dan Everett. I don't know which one would have contacted Mr. Thaçi, but somebody from the OSCE and the UNMIK regional office.
And as far as you know, what did Mr. Thaçi do?
Contacted the Albanian leadership on the ground and told them to withdraw and to dissipate the crowd and the mob, and it worked.
And how do you know that?
Because the crowd dissipated and moved back from the bridge.
No, I mean that Mr. Thaçi was the one who called.
I
who
was
made the
told.
calls.
I was told.
By whom?
I'm trying to think if it was either the regional director for the OSCE or by the head of missions office.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, in paragraph 52 of your SITF statement, you stated the following, and I quote, "The two KLA leaders who had the highest visibility after the war were Agim Sheku and Hashim Thaçi. Sheku was viewed as a professional soldier and someone who was a responsible interlocutor for NATO. Thaçi, or Mr. Thaçi, was seen, however, as the KLA leader who really had the power and who controlled the inner workings of the organization. He was seen as the one who could deliver on both political and military issues, and we recognized that he was the one who controlled the more shadowy elements of the KLA, such as their intelligence service, the Ministry of Public Order Police, and their enforcement guys," unquote. Could I ask you, Ms. Mitchell, to elaborate on this, in particular, how you or your colleagues came to the conclusion that Mr. Thaçi was the KLA leader who really had the power and who controlled the inner workings of the organization?
The way we were collecting information, as I mentioned, was through firsthand accounts, talking to local officials. And in speaking with local officials, they would remind us that they had been appointed by Mr. Thaçi and were representing the provisional government. And they would then make statements along the lines of, well, we will contact his office for additional information, things of this nature. So we were hearing it from those people that were in the local positions of authority, whether it was mayors or the electric company. Electricity was a big issue at the time. There was power that was being cut off to certain sectors of the town where minorities would live, so it was a constant struggle to get that reactivated, and his name would come up in those contexts. Also from KFOR representatives in trying to identify whether or not these were crimes or human rights violations, etc. KFOR representatives would also share their impressions of what was going on, so that was another big source of information.
And specifically, why do you think that, or did you think that he was the one who controlled the more shadowy elements of the KLA? said the intelligence service, the Ministry of Public Order, police, and
Yeah,
the enforcement guys.
yeah. I remember once, and this is in the report, a, quote, KLA police officer had a business card, and on the back of that business card seemed to be some sort of authority that the holder would have. And that doesn't happen without leadership approval to have that type of a document. Could you just ask your question? I blurred it with the other one, sorry.
Yeah, I was asking for the basis of your assumption that Mr. Thaçi was the one who controlled the Shedri, the intelligence service, for example, or the Ministry of Public Order, police.
I think we would have really picked that up from K4.
Thank you. On page 19, paragraph 55 of your SITF statement, you noted that, I quote, I was in meetings with Thaçi or Sheku, or sometimes both, on perhaps 5 or 6 occasions with respect to our human rights reporting. Thaçi and Sheku would brush off the allegations and always try to turn it around, saying that the Albanians were the victims and that we should be investigating the Serbs, not the KLA, unquote. First question, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell us, Ms. Mitchell, what Mr. Thaçi and or Mr. Cheku said exactly? How would they brush off the allegations, as far as you remember?
They wouldn't answer to them. They'd just be silence.
You also said during your examination by the SPO last Tuesday in relation to the time period from June to September or October 1999 that, I quote, there were reports of UÇK abducting people, arresting people, taking people for informative talks, of being involved in a plethora of activities from house burnings to threatening people, Serbian, Roma, to leave the province. Across the board, we were hearing this, and it was coming from all provinces, all parts of Kosovo, as the time progressed, end of quote. And this is from page 10591 of the transcript, lines 12 to 17. And you were further shown videos by the Thaçi defense last week in which Mr. Thaçi called for peace, reconciliation, and a multi-ethnic Kosovo. We also heard about people wearing KLA uniforms, pretending to be KLA and committing crimes in the name of the KLA or the UÇK. In this context, Ms. Mitchell, the panel would like to know the following. Did Mr. Thaçi or any other representative of the KLA you met during this time period, that is from June to October 1999, tell you that they had asked UNMIK, K4, or another international organization present in Kosovo at that time to look into these crimes or into the crimes people dressed in KLA uniforms were committing, or that they are in contact with the aforementioned authorities, UNMIK, either UNMIK or K4, to stop those crimes?
Yes.
So Mr. Thaçi told you that he was in contact with UNMIK and K4 in order to stop these crimes?
He may not have told me, but I do recall, and it is in the report, that that at times, I mean, they were somewhat frustrated and said that K4 had the responsibility of policing, or that UNMIK had the responsibility of policing, and we should speak to them.
I understand, but my question was slightly different. I wanted to know whether Mr. Thaçi told you that he was in contact with K4, that he had raised the issue of crimes committed by imposters, people dressed in KLA uniform committing crimes.
I don't recall that specifically, but he may have said it in a meeting.
Thank you. In your interview with the SPO in 2018-2019, Exhibit 076826 to 076840, page 11, paragraph 42, you mentioned that the KLA leadership was reluctant to speak out to condemn the violence and did not cooperate in trying to identify the purported imposters. And you went on by saying that they, the KLA leadership, were, quote, not prepared to stop the violence or to say to the population that the violence was not us. Although some statements were made in the international media by the KLA leadership following pressure from KFOR or UNMIK, these statements did not appear throughout local media, unquote. Ms. Mitchell, can you describe how this pressure was put on the KLA leadership? I assume that you and your office also tried to persuade the KLA to make such public statements. Is that right?
Yes.
So what did you do exactly to achieve this?
I would go to my superior, to Ambassador Everts or his deputy, as information was coming in and discuss it and urge him in his meetings. I would provide talking points for him. I would also coordinate with Bill O'Neill in the SRSG's office and share information back and forth and urge that similar démarches be made by Dr. Kushner as well as by Dennis McNamara at UNHCR. At that point, I would not have had much to do with the EU reconstruction pillar.
And what was the reaction of the KLA leadership, of Mr. Thaçi or Mr. Cheke or others, when you did that, or when people addressed them, raised the issue?
It was reported back to me that the issues had been raised and that what I remember was that these were not the KLA, these were men that were wearing their uniforms, criminals or others impersonating the KLA soldiers.
Thank you. And finally, in the next paragraph of your SPO statement, paragraph 43, you came to the conclusion that, I quote, the idea that the KLA did not have control and thus were unable to control the violence is not plausible. You further said that if you look at those occasions when Thaçi, Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Cheku called for restraint, there was restraint. For example, there were instructions given not to attack the Roma under the bridge in Peja. Children were allowed to attend school after a statement was made not to attack school children. In Mitrovica, there were examples when violence flared up and the KLA leadership got the Albanian population to pull back, end of quote. Ms. Mitchell, could you please tell us when these three incidents took place, the attack on the Roma under the bridge in Pej or the children, and the events in Mitrovica? Was that before or after the withdrawal of the Serb forces in June 1999?
Those three incidents would have been after the withdrawal of the Serbian forces. The school children would have been around the school year starting September. It may have been a little bit delayed depending on if there was damage to schools in the particular area. The situation with the Roma under the bridge, I think that was towards the end of summer as tensions were increasing there. That happened over a several-week period, that there were challenges with the Roma wanting to leave. And Mitrovica, I think, was an ongoing incident. That Mr. Thaçi's interventions there were more than once in helping to dispel the crowd.
And could you be more specific in relation to the incident with the Roma under the bridge and or the incident with the school children?
Those two I know are documented in the report, and the dates would have been there. I can't be more specific, sorry.
And in general, what happened? What was the problem?
The problem was that the Roma in the Pechpea area, which was predominantly a Kosovo-Albanian area, had been perceived to have been collaborating with the Serbian authorities. They would have remained during the conflict and therefore were tainted with some sort of collaboration with the Serbian authorities. They were, I think, largely removed from what homes they had, and they were seeking safety under a bridge. I think it was a pretty big bridge, and UNHCR was providing relief to them. And then I think some of them actually did end up leaving Kosovo under K4 escort.
And was Mr. Thaçi involved in that incident, and if so, how? If you know?
Yes, there had been a lot of concerns about attacks being made on the Roma as they were in this ad hoc camp around the bridge, under the bridge. And I do remember this, I think this was discussed at one of the minority task force meetings. UNHCR would have had the lead on that particular case, with it being focused on the minority population. And a démarche would have been made through the provisional authorities, first with the local authorities and then going up to the chain, to stop the attacks at night, banditry, harassment, intimidation that would have been going on, and that would have slowed down or stopped.
And you were saying Mr. Thaçi was involved in that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know that? What's the basis of your knowledge?
The basis of my knowledge would have been in meetings with Pechpea colleagues, with K4, with UNHCR.
And what was the problem with the school children? If you could tell us more about that, please.
Sure. The in those areas where they were mixed, or there was an enclave and children had to either walk through a particular neighborhood, and it could have been, it was usually Serbs, but it could have also been Albanians walking through a Serbian area to go to school. There would have been harassment. And so what happened was I think the schools started going in shifts, so that Albanian children would go in the morning and Serbian children would go in the afternoon, or vice versa. And their harassment of these children as they would have been walking to school, or in fact, their access to those schools would have been the first thing that would have been negotiated with the principal and the local authorities. And then at times K4 was actually escorting the children, and ensuring that the children were actually going to be allowed into the school would have been the big issue that would have required some sort of higher level intervention up to the KLA, Provisional Authority at this time, to ensure that that education was given. And that was usually given, but it was a logistical challenge to try to have it done, and obviously not good for the children either, to be harassed on their way to and from school.
And it was given by Mr. Thaçi?
It would have been given either by Mr. Thaçi or one of his representatives. I can't remember at that point if they had somebody appointed as the head of their education.
So Mr. Thaçi helped to solve that problem?
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said, Ms. Mitchell, the reference to Mitrovica was more a general reference because there was violence in Mitrovica flaring up.
Yes, Mitrovica was a constant problem, a constant challenge. It flared up worse at certain moments, holidays, things of this nature. But yeah, it was the hot spot in Kosovo at the time, because it was very difficult for KFOR forces to go to the north and to secure the perimeter of the province's borders.
And Mr. Thaçi was also involved in that, solving that problem or stopping
Yes.
violence?
Yes, he
Is that
would
right?
he would intervene.
personally by going there and
Yes, at times.
And my final questions, are you aware, Ms. Mitchell, of other occasions where, for example, Mr. Thaçi successfully or unsuccessfully called for restraint? Apart from these 3 incidents you mentioned?
There may be others documented, but those stand out after the time.
What about the other 3 accused? Do you remember whether they called for restraint?
I'm sorry, I don't. As I said, I recognize the names, but I don't recall specifics.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Judge Mitchell? Judge Mitchell?
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good morning, ma'am. Last week, Mr. Keyhofer, Mr. Thaçi asked you about an incident that occurred in the Panda Bar, and he showed you a few press articles about it. Do you recall?
Yes.
Do you know whether the true identity of the perpetrators of that incident, and in particular whether they were Albanians or Serbs, was ever investigated and established by an authority?
No, I do not.
And are you aware of the fact that there are, in effect, conflicting accounts about who perpetrated that crime?
Yes.
And is it fair to suggest that, as far as you're concerned, of course, this is still an incident which you reported that has to be elucidated?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair also to suggest that this is the case with quite a few other incidents that are reported in As Seen As Told Volume 2? They were in effect, and I think you used the expression, allegations that you brought to the attention of authorities. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And you did so, if I understand correctly, in the hope that those authorities would investigate them, right?
Yes.
Now, there's something else you were asked last week by the parties, and I want your assistance with this. It's your visit to the detention facilities in La Pasticcia. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And if the registry could assist and bring up Exhibit 1D7 for a second. Do you recall discussing this document last week, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes.
And am I right to understand that you personally participated in this visit and in the meetings with the individuals who are mentioned there?
Yes.
And I'd like you to look first under number 1 here. For the time being, I'll just ask you to recall or to remember the name you can see on the number 1 here and on the number 2. Do you see those?
Yes.
And if we can turn to the next page, please. And if you can look and recall the name under number 7. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now I'll come back to this document in a moment and several times, but I would like to go to Exhibit P104 for a second. So I'll give you a moment to acquaint yourself with the document, Ms. Mitchell. But this is an UNMIC report. It pertains, the title suggests, to war crimes with multiple Albanian victims. It has a file number, and the first paragraph, in effect, explains what this document is. It says this: among the materials seized from K. Schick headquarters, the attached document was found. The document lists the names of 23 Albanian men who were apparently suspected of collaboration with the Serbian authorities. Subsequent investigation into the current status of the names has revealed that some are now listed as missing persons, and according unconfirmed intelligence, some have been killed by the UÇK. And he goes on to say, from the list, the following are known to be dead. There's number 3, Alush Castrati, and number 7, Etem Yashari. Now, is the person under number 7, Etem Yashari, the same person whom you met on the 18th of February of 1999 in La Pasticcia?
I don't know.
Can we please turn to the next page? And to the next, please. So for your information, that's the document to which the first page refers, Ms. Mitchell. And if we can go to the translation of that page, that would be the next. And to the next. Thank you. And that's the translation of the document. It contains, as you can see, a list of cooperators, and further up in the English it says these are people from the Podujevo region. And I'll ask you to look at number 7. There's a person here by the name of Etem Yashari from Podujevo till the year 1990. It says that he was a cooperator of Lorenz from 1990, cooperated with Secret Information Center in Pristina, Podujevo, and Serbia. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that when you met Etem Yashari in detention on the 18th of February of 1999, that he mentioned to you that he was accused of being a collaborator of Serbia? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recorded it in your report, right?
Yes.
Were you aware during the conflict in Kosovo in 98 or in 1999 that the KLA was making use, drawing up and making use of lists of alleged collaborators? Is that something you were aware of at the time?
Yes.
Can you recall how you became aware of that? On what basis?
I was told by some of the local village KLA that they were, policing and looking for collaborators.
And in your experience, was it a localized practice, or was it something that you encountered in several areas in which you were active?
It was always spoken to us in a localized way, but it was throughout Kosovo or throughout where we were dealing with the KLA.
Can we go back to Exhibit 1D7, please? Thank you. And to the first page, please. Thank you. And if we can scroll down a little, thank you. And I'll ask you to focus on number 2, Ms. Mitchell, Etem Yashari. First, it says that he has been in detention for 19 days. Now, doing basic math, that would suggest that he was detained either in late January 99 or early February 99, correct?
Yes.
And was that information that he gave you during the interview, or was that information you received from the persons detaining him?
Everything under the name would have been something that was given to us by the detainee.
So looking at the next sentence, it says he came to La Pasticcia himself after having received a S from the KLA. Now you told us the S stands for summons, right?
I believe so, yes.
And that again is information that he, Etem Yashari, would have given to you, correct?
Yes.
And then it goes on to say that he's accused of collaboration with the enemy. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, can we please see SITF 000690014? And the registry doesn't need to broadcast this to the public. Thank you. So I'll just give you a moment to acquaint yourself with the document. If we could make it a page so that the witness can read it, please. Thank you. So just take a moment to go through it and tell me when you're at the end of the page.
Yes, sir.
Can we please turn to the next page? So while we on it, two things here. There's a date, a location, La Pasticcia, 18 February 1999. Now that's the day when you actually went there and met with the detainees, is that right?
Yes.
And the signatory of this document is, I think there's a translation problem here, but it's the commander of the military police of the Lap zone region, someone whose nickname is Dini. Does that ring a bell?
Drini rings more of a bell.
Well, we've been told that this Dini nickname refers to someone called Nasif Mehmeti. Does that name ring a bell? A member of the military police.
No.
Now, can we go back to the first page of this document? Now, the first thing I want to ask you is, this is a list of persons detained by the KLA, and if we go to the top of the page, please, in English, it says that it's the Kosovo Liberation Army, the Lap operational zone, and it says in English military army, which we understand should refer to military police, and it's dated the 18th of February of 1999, and then it has a name of 8 detainees. Now, looking at these names, ma'am, can you confirm whether these would be the 8 detainees whom you met on that day?
No.
No, as in you don't know, or no?
I don't know. I would have to look at the other document.
I'll go back to your own
Yeah.
document in a second, but do you recall being given a list of the people whom you would meet by either Commander Drini or by someone of the military police in the lap zone?
I don't remember receiving a list.
Do you recall that in one of your reports, and I'll show it to you if necessary, but that you record the fact it's P116, that Commander Drini told you that you would be permitted to see 8 of their detainees? Do you recall that?
I don't, but I also don't challenge it.
With all due respect, Judge, I think he meant Remy.
You are correct, Mr. Kehoe, and I'm grateful for that. It's Commander Remy Rustem Mustafa. Do you recall that he told you that?
I don't, but I also don't challenge it. I simply don't remember.
That's fine. Now, can you confirm whether the commander of the military police was present as well on the 18th of February when you went there? Or did you meet only with Commander Remy?
I remember meeting 2 individuals, one the commander and one was somebody from the military, from the police.
And that would have been the person who wanted to participate in your meetings, right?
I believe so, yes.
Now, I want to ask you about the process by which this meeting was approved, if you can recall, and maybe that will help to see Exhibit P3. It's another one of your of the reports by the OSC, and you were shown it last week. It refers to another meeting, as is apparent from the title. It's a record of meeting with the zone commander in Petrova on 23rd February 99 regarding detention visits. But what interests me is the second paragraph there. It says, informed the zone commander that KVM had already successfully established a contact with the zone commander in La Pasticcia, who allowed us to meet privately with 8 ethnic Albanian detainees. Stopping there for a second, does that refresh your memory about the number of detainees whom you met with on that day?
Yes.
And it goes on to say, I suggested this could be an opportunity to set precedents for regular visits of all KLA detention facilities, and that KVM appreciated the positive gesture made by Zone Commander Remy. Now, do I get it from that that the meeting that you had on the 18th of February of 1999 with, we know, 8 detainees was approved by Commander Remy?
Yes.
And can you recall whether he approved it on the day, or was it approved before you went to La Pasticcia? Have you any memory of the process?
We would have had approval before we left the office. Whether it was earlier that morning or the day before, I don't recall.
And do you recall that when you met with Commander Remy on that day, the 18th of February, you were told by him that the military police commander would be in charge of the practicalities of that visit? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as you were carrying out this visit, was there a presence, a military police presence with you or close to you as you were interviewing these detainees?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about something you recorded. It's in P116, Exhibit P116. Again, that's a document you were shown last week, and that report would have been prepared within a week or so of your meeting. Would that be right?
Yes.
And if I can ask you to focus on what is the fourth paragraph in that document, it starts with SM, which I understand to be referring to you. Sarah Mitchell asked what the KLA intended to do with all the detainees when a political settlement was reached, which may include some amnesty provisions. The ZC, which I understand to refer to the zone commander, did not appear to have given this question any thought. So it was suggested that the KLA think about it and discussed it with the LO. Now, do you recall that exchange with Commander Remy?
Only because it's documented here.
And was that your idea to suggest that they could adopt amnesties in relation to those they were holding?
No, my reference to amnesty provisions would have been as part of a political settlement, that a political settlement would likely include or may include some amnesty provisions.
Can we go back to your report? That's Exhibit 1D7 once again. I want to ask you a bit more details about the process of interviewing these individuals. Now, I think you said it, but I would like to hear it once again, is what was the purpose behind your efforts to meet with KLA detainees such as these ones?
The purpose was to verify that there were detainees and to determine what kind of conditions that they were kept in, who was being detained, and why they were being detained.
What was it part of your purpose to try to avoid harm being done to them? In other words, that by visiting them, you sought to prevent violence against them?
Well, certainly that's the large part of any detention facility, is you hope to shine a light on it. And by doing so, you've set a foundation for additional visits that you could then make comparisons to whether they've improved or worsened, et cetera. And it would have also been to perhaps, I don't recall, but perhaps we had received specific information from a family member, and we may have wanted to report back to the family member.
How did you record those meetings? Did you use any recording device, or did you just take notes by hand?
Yeah, there would have been no recording device. Both Susanna and I would have taken notes.
And you would prepare a report about the visit, I suppose, immediately after that visit, correct?
Yes, we would have done that together.
And is that what we have in front of us, the grand extent of what information you received from the detainees, or would there be more information that they gave you?
I don't think there would have been any more information that we would have been given except in the two documents.
And I think you told us, but you met with these individuals individually, in other words, one by one, correct?
That's right.
And how long do you estimate each of these interviews or talks would have lasted?
15 to 25 minutes.
And what was the process of the next interviewee being brought in so that you could interview him?
The guard would come in and take one of the detainees out, and then we would wait for the next one to be brought into the room where we were sitting.
And do you know if those guards were members of the military police?
I don't.
Now, if you look at the individual under number 1, Idris Svarka, it says that he had been in detention for about 4 months. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's information, again, you explained to us that he would have given to you, correct?
Yes.
And I should have showed it to you a moment ago, but on the list of 8 names that was drawn up by the military police, it says that he would have been detained since 2nd of November 1998. So that's about 4 months, give or take, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you can recall now, what was the appearance of Mr. Svarka? Was he frightened, fearful, confident? Any impression you got from meeting him that you can recall today?
No, sir. My impressions that I have today, when I think back on this, are impressions of the collective.
And what was the impression of the collective?
That they were frightened, submissive, quite calm. And as I indicated, I felt that they had been coached a little bit on how to behave because the behavior was quite similar. No one was screaming or yelling or crying during these meetings.
Still with Mr. Svarka, your report says that he has not had access to a lawyer. He did not know for when his trial had been scheduled and did not know how long he would continue to stay in detention. Do you recall what he was being accused of?
No.
Now, if you look at number 2, Etem Yashari, you can see that, as we've seen before, he's accused of collaboration with the enemy. Now, do you know of any laws or provision that was making it a criminal offense to collaborate with the enemy? And I'm talking, of course, of the time.
Not specifically, no.
Were you shown any evidence, any documents that suggested he had, in fact, been what is called a collaborator with the enemy?
I recall that we were shown a stack of files. I recall there were probably 8, one for each of the detainees, about this high. Each file was a hard folder. You opened it up and it was divided into sections, like you would see at a police station, a MUP station that I had seen at them. But it was all in Albanian, and we did not take copies or take custodies of those documents. They were referred to, I think, as dossiers in the translation. And my impression was that these were the files related to each of these individuals.
But you yourself were not able to assess the content of these for yourself, correct?
That's correct.
And how did these meeting come to an end?
With the conclusion of the last detainee being presented.
And by that stage, did you feel that the individual concerned were safe?
I'm hesitating because of what one thinks is safe. Yes, they were safe at that moment. Were they safe when we left? I have no idea.
Did you feel you should follow up on them? And if yes, did you?
Yes, we would have shared this information with ICRC, the Red Cross, who really has the mandate, the global mandate on this issue, but was being denied access.
And you yourself, did you make any, to use a French word, démarche, to try to get access to these individuals later?
Possibly, sir. I'm just looking at the date. I'm sure we would have tried to follow up, but we would have been quickly overtaken by events.
Did you inform their families, the families of these 8 individuals that you had been able to meet with them?
I did not, but this would have been also shared with the regional office responsible for that, and they may have followed up with the families.
But you don't know whether that's the case or not,
I
correct?
do not.
Now, you told us, I think you left the country around the 20th of March and came back in the middle of June of 1999. I want to look at what happened while you were away. And that's Exhibit P10, please. And the English, please. If that helps, that's SITF 000690026. Thank you. Now, if you look at this document, it's named an amnesty. It comes from the Kosovo Liberation Army, LAP Operational Zone. It has a number, and it's dated the 5th of April of 1999, and it's based on the political memorandums of the General Staff of the KLA, the internal regulation of the KLA, the regulation on the civil administration, and it's adopted by the commander of the LAP operational zone for the following persons, and we'll see who's that concerned, but can we first go to the next page so that you see the full document. It's signed by the commander of the LAP zone, and again it's dated 5th of April of 99, and we're being told what the reasoning is, and I'll come back to that in a moment, and where it's being sent, evidence, archives, and parties. Can we go back to the first page again? Can you look at number 2 first? Idris, father's name Bayram Svarka, from the village of Belopoje, Podujeva, detained since 2nd November 98, 1600. And on the number 7, we have Etem, father's name Milaim Yashari, born 1947 in Brecce. His address, and he's detained since the 1st of February of 1999, 1400. Does it look like the 2 of the individuals whom you met on the 18th of February and who you reported about in the document we saw a moment ago?
Yes.
And have you ever seen this document, this so-called amnesty?
No.
And after your meeting with Remy, when you suggested amnesties were a good idea once a political settlement was reached, were you ever told that the KLA had started issuing quote-unquote amnesties for those it detained?
No.
Can we go to the next page, please? You see here there's, under the title Reasoning, it explains that the decision as per enacting clause is brought according to the decision on the amnesty issued by the commander of the LAP region, number, considering that after the measures taken by the investigative military bodies, the rehabilitation of this person has been achieved. And it goes on to say also, considering the large offensive of the Serb enemy, we are not able to assure security condition for the above mentioned. Therefore, they are all issued separate decisions and investigations on them continue. First, were you aware that the 8 individuals whom you met, or that any of the individuals whom you met on 18 February 1999 were subject to investigations at the time?
Investigations by the KLA, they may have told us that they didn't know why they were being detained, but I wasn't aware of specific investigations, no.
And were you ever told, or did you ever receive information that any of these individuals were actually released from KLA custody? And I mean in particular the 2 we've seen a moment ago.
No, I have no memory of that.
Can the registry bring up, that's SITF 00243091 to 00243150. And I'll ask the registry to go specifically to page SITF 00243130. So for context and for yourself, Ms. Mitchell, this is a document that is part of a larger notebook, which we understand was retrieved by Serbian forces in Kosovo. Now, if you have that document in front of you, you will see there's 5 columns: number, name, father's name, family name, birthplace, birthday, start of detention, end of detention, and who ordered the detention. Can you see that?
Yes.
And if you look at number 3, it's referring to Idris, father's name Bayram Svarka, from Belopoje. It says that the start of detention was the 2nd of November 98. It says 1500, I think it was 1600 in the previous document. And then it suggests that end of detention occurred on the 5th of April of 1998. Do you see that?
Yes.
I think it should be 1999 to be logical, but do you agree that this would appear to match what we've seen in the so-called amnesty document a moment ago?
Yes.
And do you know whether Mr. Svarka was in fact ever released from KLA detention?
No.
If we can go to page SITF 002-43136. And if you look on the number 31, there's Etem, father's name Milaim Yashari, born in Brescia, his address. It says the detention started on the 1st of February 1999, 1400. End of detention, 5th of April 1999, 10 a.m., so on this record 30 minutes before the other individual, Mr. Svarka. Same question, were you ever told by anyone that Mr. Yashari had in fact been released from KLA detention?
No.
And more generally, do you know what happened to either or both of these individuals? Did you make any inquiry with anyone, ICRC, the family, or any third party?
No.
Thank you. The document can be taken down. Now, there's something you said to the parties last week is that you and a number of your colleagues were involved in seeking to ensure the release of a number of KLA detainees. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to suggest that depending on who that detainee or detainees were, the level of authority required would go up or down your chain? In other words, if someone was a more important detainee, some of your colleagues up the chain of command might take over that responsibility. Is that fair?
Yes.
Including Ambassador Walker, right?
I believe so, yes.
And today, it's been some time, but can you remember such specific cases?
I can remember KVM, I believe, taking custody of the body or bodies of some Serbian police or VJ at one point. And then I can remember KVM also intervening with other Serbian police. I think it would have been primarily police that may have been captured.
And would the level of interlocutors also go up or down on the KLA side depending on who the detainees were?
Yes.
And were there occasions that you can recall where members of the general staff were involved in the release of detainees?
I don't recall those specifics, but certainly with regards to the release of Serbian police that had been detained, my impression was that would not have been within the authority of an individual, that would have to go up a chain.
We've seen on a number of occasions that when high-level detainees would be released, there would be a media presence, sort of greeting their release. Are you aware of such cases?
Not at the site of the release. I remember the releases being extremely tense situations, taking place usually at night, with a lot of KVM planning involved. Very much a quasi-military type operation, meaning the military side of the KVM managed it. There may have been some media, but at the actual point of release, I'm not sure.
It's okay. I want to ask you about something else you said, and that's in your 2014 SITF statement, and maybe we'll just bring it up. That will be easier. It's ERN 013312. And I'll ask the registry to go to page 6. That's ERN 013317. And if we can scroll down to paragraph 14, thank you. Can you please acquaint yourself with the content of that paragraph, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Now, what I understand you to say, in particular in the first few sentences of that paragraph, is that your access, and correct me if I'm wrong, but your access to Albanian detainees was a great deal more difficult than your access to Serbian detainees. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And how did that materialize? In what way was it more complicated for you to have access to Albanian detainees?
The Albanian detainees were often in the areas that the KLA controlled. So they held the territory and they controlled the villagers. And as a result, the Serb authority was not inside administering any type of services, including policing. And the KLA felt that this was their responsibility and that they were performing this duty. They were much more reluctant on Kosovo Albanians because they did believe, or at least they said, that this was their policing function. The Serbian, when they had Serbian prisoners, there was just a lot more information because we were receiving it from the Serbian authorities.
Thank you, and I think you're entitled to a break, Ms. Mitchell. I will be very short after the break.
We will take a half-hour break at this time. You'll be escorted from the courtroom. Do not speak to anyone about this case. We'll see you back here at 11:30. We are adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. We have a couple of, or at least one preliminary matter to discuss. The panel notes that prosecution witness W00498 is scheduled to testify later this week. On Friday, the Witness Protection and Support Office notified the panel and the parties in F01992 that it consulted the witness and he identified several potential. Oh. What? Please into private session. Sorry, my mistake, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you.
My apologies, too. I think I said tomorrow, Wednesday. Those are not the same thing. Today is Monday. So I meant Wednesday instead of Thursday.
Thank you. That was my understanding.
We knew what you meant.
All right, witness, we're ready to continue with the questions from Judge Mitro.
Good morning, witness. You told us last week that on a number of occasions when you met with KLA commanders, they told you about regulations and procedures they had in place to deal with disciplinary matters. Do you recall telling us that?
Yes.
Do you know or have information that these rules and procedures were ever put in motion to deal with allegations of murder or enforced disappearance that you were reporting to the KLA leadership?
No.
Do you know if they were ever put in motion to deal with allegations of unlawful or arbitrary detention or mistreatment in detention?
No, I was only ever told that they existed.
And when you met KLA leaders, including Mr. Thaçi, and were reporting those allegations, did they ever show any interest in obtaining from you the information on which you based those allegations?
Yes.
And did you provide them with that information?
Sometimes.
And do you know whether they followed up and acted upon it?
I don't recall ever anybody circling back and closing a matter with me that it had been resolved by answering my questions.
Well, maybe you've answered my next question, but do you know of any of the cases that you or your organization reported to them that was solved in the sense of being investigated and subject to a process?
Only the release of some of the Serbian combatants, but no, nothing else.
Now, you told us last week, and you repeated it to my colleague, Mr. Judge Barte, that you were given a number of responses, if I may put it that way, when you were raising these issues of human rights violation with KLA leaders, and one of them was that this was not KLA members. Another one was that subcategory of it, that these were impersonators. And on the 5th of December last week, page 10603, you said this in the same general context, and I'll read it back to you. You said he, talking about Mr. Thaçi, he'd also, the UCK at this point would have been saying that policing is no longer their responsibility. It is the responsibility of KFOR, or which was the multinational force, or UNMIK, the UN mission in Kosovo, which wouldn't have been very many police on the ground at the point in time. Do you recall telling us that, and I think repeating it this morning?
Yes.
Did you accept that explanation, that from that point onwards, the KLA leadership was not anymore responsible for these matters you were bringing to their attention?
No, I did not.
And what about your organization? Did your organization accept that suggestion?
I don't believe so.
Did you consider that these individuals you were meeting still bore a responsibility to address these matters?
Yes.
And I think you told us that they, being the KLA, continued to perform police functions, certain police function. Do I understand correctly that this includes the time after the UN had entered Kosovo?
Yes.
And did that include arresting people, including after the UN had entered Kosovo?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was any of these people who were being arrested by the KLA individuals suspected of committing the crimes which you had reported to them? Are you able to say that?
I'm not sure.
Now, you told us you met with Mr. Thaçi a number of times, including after the UN had entered Kosovo, and you, in effect, you and your organization made demand on him to intervene with the KLA or KLA members. Is that right?
Yes.
Did he ever tell you that he had nothing to do with it anymore now that he was a member of the provisional government of Kosovo, or did he respond otherwise to your request?
I never recall him saying he had nothing to do with the KLA.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Judge Gaynor.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good morning, Ms. Mitchell. I have a couple of questions about the command structure of the KLA. Now, on the 7th of December, this is at page 12 of the temporary transcript for the other participants in the courtroom, you were asked question, the Serb structure was very vertical, and it would be fair to say that the KLA structure was horizontal from zone to zone. Is that right? Your answer was yes. Later on, you were asked a similar question at page 16 of the 7th December temporary transcript. You were asked, the Serb structure was very vertical, and it would be fair to say that the KLA structure was horizontal from zone to zone. Is that right? Answer, yes. Later on, you were asked, with regard to the vertical and horizontal chain of command, would you agree with me that the Serbs were vertical, whereas the KLA was in fact horizontal? Answer, not quite so simple. And then it was put to you later on, as you noted previously, there was no central command within the KLA. Your answer, they had...
The interpreters kindly ask the judge to slow down when quoting. Thank you very much.
Your answer was, they had a general staff. I'm not sure if we're using the same language or not. Question, and I'm just talking to you about what you testified in Milutinovic, that it was not unified in a central coordinated way, and it was not like the Serbs, that you had to go to the local commanders. Your answer, yes. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes.
Now, don't take these questions as a criticism of your work in Kosovo in any way, but would you describe analysis of the KLA command structure as one of your core functions or responsibilities at any stage while you served in Kosovo?
It was not.
Did you have the opportunity to see any internal KLA communications from the brigade level to the zone command level in any of the operational zones?
No.
Did you have the opportunity to review communications between zone commanders and the general staff, or from the general staff to zone commanders?
No.
Did you review communiques or political declarations issued by the KLA?
Not that I remember.
And within the military police of the KLA specifically, did you have the opportunity to review communications by, for example, military police commanders at the brigade level, or at the zone level, or at the general staff level?
Not that I recall.
Thank you very much. Those are my only questions.
Thank you, Judge Gaynor. Any questions from the prosecution on these questions by the judges that came up from the judges?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Oh, I think that she's, nothing. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Ms. Mitchell, I promise this won't be extensive. As I'm sure you shudder as I stand at the podium, so I promise it won't be too long. Just a couple of questions based on what the judges were asking you this morning. And you noted for us that, and this is in a response to a question by Judge Bartha about the people at meetings from the KLA side were deferring to Mr. Thaçi. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Now, Mr. Thaçi, these were political meetings, right, between you and Ambassador, and Dr. Kushner and other international representatives, weren't they?
yes,
And you were talking about a variety of political affairs, right?
yes,
So you would agree with me that with the political tenor of these meetings, it would be quite natural for the others in the meeting to defer to the person who was essentially the political spokesperson. Isn't that right?
yes,
And that was Mr. Thaçi under those circumstances.
yes,
Now, you are aware of this Joint Implementation Commission that was run by General Jackson and his staff, that had KLA commanders and General Cheku there, and I say commanders including zone commanders. Do you recall that?
yes, I'm aware of the structure.
Yeah, and those meetings, you know,
Was that brought up by the judge's questions?
well, to the extent that we was talking about deferring to President Thaçi, this is a parallel situation where they didn't defer to Thaçi, where the KLA leaders are in these joint implementation.
I think we're going to confine this to the questions asked by the judges.
Well, it's just a parallel situation. We are talking about political
Okay,
meetings.
then go ahead with that question, but then we'll get,
So the Joint Implementation Commission was a military matter, isn't that right?
Yes, I did not attend.
And under those circumstances, were you
just a
aware?
second, she just said she didn't
I
attend.
didn't attend the military meetings.
I understand, but based on your work there, were you aware that in these military meetings, the zone commanders and military commanders on the KLA side did not defer to Thaçi and basically ignored him? Were you aware of that?
No,
Now, the information that you were asked by Judge Bartha about shadowy elements in the intelligence service, et cetera, that, be fair to say, you don't know that of your own personal knowledge. You culled that from conversations with KFOR leaders, isn't that right?
yes,
And you talked a bit in response to questions by Judge Bartha about the investigation of crimes by the KLA, and I think you told us that Mr. Thaçi said that KFOR and UNMIC were responsible for that. Isn't that right?
yes,
Well, and that was true, wasn't it? That they were in fact responsible for the investigation and prosecution of people involved in crimes after 1244 came into existence. Isn't that right?
yes,
So, and with regard to, for instance, arrests, I mean, obviously we said this during direct, you were asked these questions by Judge Metro concerning the KLA and what in fact whether or not you accepted their explanations on not being able to do things. In fact, there were no, I think we established no laws, no judges, no courts, and in fact, the KLA had no authority to make arrests and prosecute. Isn't that right?
yes,
You were asked some questions by Judge Bartha about Mr. Thaçi making statements in public. It is a fact, based on your testimony, but also what was introduced into evidence, that Mr. Thaçi was condemning violence and asking for the Serbs to come back and asking for a multicultural Kosovo. He was doing that in the international media and the local media, wasn't he?
Objection. This was all asked and answered on cross-examination. There's nothing new here.
No, there was a question asked by Judge Bartha on this.
Overruled. Go ahead.
That was in the international and the local media, wasn't it?
Yes.
Now, Judge Mitro asked you about the Panda Bar and the admission by the Serb authorities that the Serbs had been responsible for the murders in Peć at the Panda Bar. Based on your experience, that is the only time that you have ever heard of when the Serbs actually took responsibility for murders that they had previously blamed on the Kosovo Albanians, isn't it? It's the only time you ever heard of such a thing, isn't it?
Yes.
And we were talking about collaborators, and you gave some information to Judge Mitro about collaborators. Were you aware that some of these collaborator lists were made by people in the villages who may have had revenges against some people on the list or were trying to settle some personal scores? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And I'm jumping around a bit because I'm not covering everything. I'm just going to cover it. And just to clarify, this meeting that you had on the 18th of February in La Peštica, I'm not sure it's clear after one of the questions that was asked by Judge Mitro, but when he asked questions about bringing prisoners in and out, the fact is that you were alone in that room. You and Ms. Ringard were alone in the room with the detainee individually, weren't you?
Most of the time, yes.
And in fact, just if we can just put 1D7 up, just some follow-up on some questions by Judge Mitro. When he asked you the purposes of this meeting, and just taking a look at that, we'll address ourselves to that. In fact, you know, some of these detainees, and we can look at number 2, Mr. Hetem Yashari, he in fact told you that he had had a medical problem, a spinal cord problem, that his health was not good, and that he had in fact received attention from a medical professional, right?
Yes.
So, based on the conversation that you had with this particular detainee who told you about a pre-existing injury, he maintained that he received the medical attention that he needed, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to the first person that that Judge Mitro was talking about, Idris Svarcha, if we just read that briefly, he was in fact visited by the ICRC, right?
Yes.
And just to refresh us a bit, the problem with the ICRC and their refusal to have some of these meetings with detainees was that they wanted to have the interviews without any people in there, and they were refused, right?
Yes.
But in this instance, when you did it, it was granted to you. You were allowed to see these detainees with you and just Ms. Ringard and the detainees, right?
Yes.
And I think just referring to this, I mean, obviously, in response to some questions by I believe it was Judge Matrol, talking about these individuals being frightened, submissive, calm, or coached. Again, none of that's in this report that we have on the screen. None of that information, is it?
No.
Now, you talked to us a little bit about, just now, about Thaçi saying that he had not saying that he had nothing to do with the KLA, et cetera. And you also asked some questions by Judge Bartha about a variety of situations. Mitrovica, where he testified that President Thaçi intervened several times to try to bring calm there. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mitrovica, it was a very, very, very volatile area in the north, wasn't it?
Yes.
And I believe last week you saw the video of him speaking, I believe, in late June of 1999, trying to calm the crowd and telling people that the Serbs have the right to live here as well as the Kosovo Albanians, right?
Yes.
And then you also talked to us about the situation with the Roma under the bridge in Pea, as well as getting the children, or enabling the children to go to school safely. Those instances that I believe Judge Bartha referred to, right?
Yes.
And all of those situations, and in the other situations that occurred, President Thaçi is trying to calm down the situation, calm down the violence, and allow these people to live in peace, wasn't he?
Yes.
And at the same time he was doing that, while calling on the Serbs to come back and have an inter-ethnic resolution of any conflict, so they could have a multicultural society, wasn't he?
Yes.
If I might have one moment, Your Honor, just. Question that raised by my colleague. You answered some questions about the chain of command that Judge Gaynor had asked you, and your impression was that it was a horizontal chain of command. And I take it that you did not review VJ documents or MUP documents for you to come to your conclusion that their command was a vertical chain of command. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So, but your impressions about the differences between the KLA being horizontal and the VJ and MUP being vertical are based on your experiences in the field and your conversations with your LOs who were part of KVM, right?
Yes.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Mitchell. I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. O'Reilly, do you have any questions?
No, we don't, thank you.
Mr. Roberts?
Nothing for me, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Ellis?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, witness, you are finished with your testimony. We thank you for being here and for your answers to all the questions to the best of your ability. You may go with the court attendant now and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Mitro asked the floor for a moment.
And it's a request to the SPO, Ms. Meyer. Showed the witness a document that's SITF 00069014, and there appears to be a problem with the translation into English, in particular the reference to the military army. Could you look into that and advise us on this once you've spoken to people who speak the language? Thank you.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Before we leave the subject of this particular witness who has completed her testimony, I'd like to speak briefly on the subject of the SBO's procedure in connection with this last witness. The SBO filed a request many months ago seeking admission of 7 prior statements and transcripts of Mitchell and 19 associated exhibits, all under Rule 154. The defense teams responded in a joint response. The panel issued its decision on 16 March 2023, which was entitled The Decision on Admission of Evidence of the First 12 SBO Witnesses pursuant to Rule 154. 11 pages of the decision dealt exclusively with Ms. Mitchell. The panel decided to allow the use of Rule 154 for this witness for all 7 prior statements, and the associated exhibits were discussed in detail in the decision. Most were deemed suitable for admission. Nevertheless, the SBO conducted an extensive direct examination, vastly exceeding its own prior estimate, dispensed entirely with Rule 154, and used up valuable court time showing documents to the witness that the panel had already assessed in detail and deemed suitable for admission under Rule 154. The SBO's approach to this witness amounts to a misuse of courtroom time. The SBO triggered the use of a lot of SBO defense and chamber resources in addressing the 154 request. The panel feels obligated to read all the statements and to examine the associated exhibits before its 154 decision, and needless to say, on this witness it meant all of us devoting many hours to this task, and I'm sure the defense did as well. Despite the request being granted almost in its entirety, the SBO basically ignored it and used up hours of courtroom time addressing matters already addressed in the witness's prior statements, and then put to the witness in a very perfunctory way several exhibits already discussed at length in her prior statements. We expect this type of misuse of our time does not occur again. We encourage the use of 154, and we also encourage the use of live witnesses. But once you make a decision and commit us to our involvement in it, it makes no sense to abandon that later on in the process. So, that being said, we will take a 10-minute break to allow you to reorganize for the next witness, who will be witness W01763. So we're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Could we go into private session, please, for purposes of an oral order?
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you. Sorry, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Will now provide you with the text of a solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, subparagraph 2 of our rules. Please read the document to you and then recite it out loud.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything that has come to my knowledge. Thank you.
Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 5 hours. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then the defense will. Members of the panel might also ask questions of you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 1 hour. The defense estimates that it will need 4 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in their use of their time, and the panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly and with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made regarding your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement as corrected by the list of corrections accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days, while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside about this court or your testimony, please let us know. Please also note that when talking, if I ask you to stop talking, or if I raise my hand, that means to stop talking, because I will need to give you an additional instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. We begin with the questions from the prosecution, who are at your left. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon. Interpreter's note, we can hardly hear the witness. He has to come closer to the microphone.
Good afternoon, witness. My name is Cezar Michalczuk. I'm the counsel for the prosecution, and I'll be asking you some questions for the next hour or so. Are you ready?
Yes, of course.
State for the record your full name and surname.
Dejan Jeftić.
Dejan Jeftić.
State your date of birth, please.
07.
7 July 1979.
In the past, you gave a statement to the SPO. I will now call it up on the screen, and I would ask Madam Court Officer to pull up the following document in English and Serbian versions. English would be 078045 TR ET Part 1 Red 2, and the Serbian document will bear the same number with ST Part 1 Red. Witness, do you have it in front of you on the screen? Can you see it?
Da, vidim.
Yes, I can see it.
Dated 4th of September 2020, given to the SPO. Did you give this statement?
Da.
Yes, I remember this statement.
During the recent witness preparation meeting that we had on the 5th and 6th of December, it was last week, were you given an opportunity to review this prior statement?
Jeste.
Yes.
Do you recall that you made some clarifications to this statement during that preparation meeting?
Da.
Yes.
Were those clarifications reflected in a note that was read back to you at the end of the preparation meeting?
Da.
Yes.
That what was read back to you in the note reflected your clarifications fully and accurately?
Da, naravno.
Yes, of course.
Subject to the clarifications provided in that note, does your SPO written statement accurately reflect your evidence and what you would say if you were asked again the same questions in court?
Odgovorio bi na iste.
Yes, I would give the same answers.
Your Honors, having fulfilled the Rule 154 criteria and in accordance with decision F01976, the SPO hereby tenders the witness's prior statement in English, Albanian, and Serbian versions, and they also tender the preparation note 1, dated 6th of December 2023, ERN 117752 to 117753. Shall I read the numbers of all these, of the statement in three languages?
The objection?
Other than those previously raised, no objection.
Ms. O'Reilly?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
078045 TRET Part 1 Red 2 and the same number TRST Part 1 Red 2 plus the Albanian translation and the preparation note 1, which is ERN, is it 117752?
Your Honors, we've got actually three parts in English, so maybe I'll read them, because we've got three parts in English, three parts in Albanian, three parts also in Serbian. And the Serbian version would be 078045 TRST Part 1 to 3.
That's what I said.
Oh, yes, yes. If this is the case, Your Honor, this is.
So you have an Albanian number also?
Yes, yes. So this is 078045 TRAT Parts 1 to 3.
And the prior statement?
So this is the prior statement, Your Honor.
All right. Those are all admitted into evidence? And will be assigned a number.
Your Honor, for the record, so part one of the prior statement is 078045. Together it has Serbian and Albanian version of the transcript. That will be assigned Exhibit B 756.1. Part two for the transcript at 078045, TR ET Part 2, Red 2, together with the Serbian and Albanian versions, will be P756.2. And then Part 3 for the prior statement under 078045, TR ET Part 3, Red, with the Albanian and Serbian versions will be P756.3. And for the preparation note under 117752 to 117753 will be Exhibit P757. And I note, Your Honors, that they're all classified as confidential. Perhaps that can be clarified.
They should remain as such, Your Honors, for now.
I'm sorry?
They should remain as confidential as such.
You want them to remain confidential?
For now. We can change the classification later.
Okay.
Your Honors, I propose to read a short summary of the witness's 154 statement.
Go ahead.
On or around 4th of July, 1998, W01763, a man of Serb ethnicity from Movljane village, municipality of Suvareka, was arrested together with two relatives close to Movljane by armed Albanians, some wearing black uniforms. The three Serbs were taken to a house in Budakovo, where they were blindfolded and their hands were tied. Then they were kicked and beaten with rifles and chains and thrown into a bunker located behind the house to be interrogated. W01763 was questioned about the police and army presence in Movljane and was told that his father had been killed. The two other Serbs were also interrogated. All three Serbs were then taken to another house located about 2.5 kilometers away and were locked in the basement where they were beaten. Two Albanians were also detained in the basement. They told W01763 that they were considered traitors working for the Serbian police. W01763 and his Serbian co-detainees were released on the 5th of July 1998. W01763 never came back to his village and learned that his house was demolished after his relatives had left Kosovo in June 1999. W01763 required medical treatment for his injuries. And this concludes the summary of this witness's evidence. Your Honors, I will now have a few clarifying questions that I'm going to put to the witness, with your permission, of course.
Go ahead.
Mr. Witness, from your SPO statement of 2000, we know that in July 1998, you lived in the village of Movljane, municipality of Suvareka. Do you know the Albanian name of the village of Movljane?
Da, znam.
Yes, I do. It's Mohljan.
Madam Court Officer, let's pull up document on the screen, and it would be SPOE 00301693 to 00301693, and this can be shown to the public. could we zoom in and focus on the region of Suvareca, if possible? Maybe 200% would do, a bit more. Maybe a little bit more. Yes. Witness, can you see the map in front of you?
Да.
Yes.
To mark a few locations, if I may. Mr. Witness, could you first circle the location where you lived at that time?
Да, могу.
Yes, I can.
Could you put also number 1, just for us to understand where we are as we go with this map?
Могу.
Yes.
Could you also tell us where Krista Jeftic lived at that time?
У истом селу Мовлян.
In the same village, Movljane.
Number 2, close to number 1.
Наравно.
Yes, of course.
Stanko Stankovic, where did he live at that time?
Живео е у селу Речане.
He lived in Rečane village.
Circle the location of Rečane and put number 3 next to it.
Не видим.
I can see it. Rečane village.
If you cannot see it, that is also fine. We can move on. No problem about it.
Видим, видим.
Oh, I see it. I can see it now. I can see it now. It's okay.
Thank you very much. Could you please mark the location, or at least the approximate location, where you were abducted in 1998?
Да, наравно.
Yes, certainly. 95.
Also number 4 close to it. Could you also circle the location when you were detained in 1998?
Да, наравно.
Yes, certainly.
Could you put number 5 next to it?
Могу.
Yes.
Witness, how far was the village of Movljane, your village, from Budakovo?
Не више од 5.
Not more than 5 kilometers.
5 kilometers as the crow flies or by the road?
Путем.
By the road.
Witness, how old were you in July 1998?
Четири дана пуни.
4 days later, I turned 19.
What was your employment situation at that time?
At the time, I did not work and I was not employed.
Employment at that time of Krista Jeftic.
Да, јесте.
Yes, He did. He worked in the Balkan Belt in Suvareka.
What did that company do?
Fabrika gumarska.
It was a factory that produced rubber and had some chemical products as well.
Employment situation of Stanko Stankovic at that time.
Zaposlen stan.
Stanko Stankovic was not employed.
Was any of you a member of Serbian military or police at the time of your abduction?
Ne, niti.
No, none of us had anything to do with the police or the army, nor did we have any responsibilities that we had to fulfill on their behalf.
Let's keep for the moment the map still on the screen. I might ask the witness also to mark some other locations. Witness, in your SPO statement, and that would be 078045 TRET Part 1, Red 2, pages 14, 15, and others. In that statement, you mentioned 2 Albanians who arrested you in July 1997. You mentioned Shukri Gashi and Sokol Kabashi. Where did Shukri Gashi live at that time?
U tom periodu
At that time, Shukri Agashi also lived in Movljane village like myself, and Kabashi lived in Gornja Krušica village.
Have on the map already, but maybe you could circle for us this place of Kabashi. You mentioned Gornja Krušica. Could you also circle that location and put number 6 close to it?
Da, naravno.
Yes, certainly.
I must have misspoke. I mentioned 1997. Of course, it's 1998. My apologies. Could you also circle that location for us? Gornja Krušica.
Da, Gornja Krušica.
Yes, Gornja Krušica.
Yes.
Da li bi mogao jedno pitanje samo da postavim?
Could I perhaps ask a question from the prosecutor? Because Gornja and Donja Krušica do not seem both visible on this map. Mr. Prosecutor, I made an error. Instead of Gornja Krušica, I put number 6 next to Donja Krušica, I'm afraid.
From Gornja Krušica?
Nije, to ih deli samo put.
No, it's just a road from Rečane to Movljane that divides the two, and that is why I find the map somewhat unclear, the map that shows the road and the area.
More or less in this location of Gornja Krušica, correct?
Pa to je taj deo prema Budakovu.
Well, this is the area towards Budakovo along the road leading from Movljane.
Thank you very much. So let me ask you a question or two about Shukri Gashi first. Did Shukri Gashi know that you, Krsta Jeftić and Stankovic were not members of Serbian military and police at that time?
Da, znao je I Šukrija.
Yes, Shukri, Gashi, and all the other neighbors in the village knew that.
Iz prostog razloga jer
For the simple reason that we cooperated closely and everyone knew at every given moment where the others were and what they were doing and where they were employed.
Shukri and Gashi live close to your house in Movljane or far away?
pa nije baš.
Well, he was not the next door neighbor, so to speak, but we passed in front of his house every day, and one house was at about 150 meters from the other.
Od prvog dana
Since the first day when I started to walk around the village.
Did you perhaps visit each other in your respective homes?
Da, naravno.
Yes, of course. His eldest brother was a hunter who cooperated with my father. They went hunting together. He came by for coffee. We socialized together, and we would visit each other when we celebrated our respective religious holidays.
To Sokol Kabashi, did Sokol Kabashi know that you, Krsta Jeftić, and Stanko Stankovic were not members of the Serbian military at that time, 1998, July?
Da, naravno.
Yes, of course, he knew it too, just as Shukri Gashi did.
He lived in the place called Gornja Krušica. How far was it from your village of Movljane?
Pa to je na putu
Well, that's along the Movljane Budakovo road, perhaps 1,700 meters away, not more than that.
How long have you known Sokol Kabashi?
Pa dosta dugo.
Quite a long time, since we were children, and our fields were also next to each other, so whenever we were working in the fields, we would see each other.
Coming to your village of Movljane?
Jeste. Dolazi.
Yes, he used to visit because there was no shop in their village, so they would come to our village for supplies, and that was in the same shop where we would get our supplies.
Shukri Gashi or Sokol Kabashi close to the day of your abduction in July 1998?
Šukriju Gašija.
I met Shukri Gashi in 98, 3 days before he abducted us.
In your SPO statement, and I gave the reference number before, it's part 1, read to page 17, you also mentioned another Albanian, Agim Kabashi. Where did Agim Kabashi live at that time?
To je Agim Kabaši.
This is Agim Kabashi, who is mentioned in my statement in relation to the vehicle of golf make. He used to live in Gornja Krušica.
I believe we have Gornja Krušica marked with 6 on the map, so no need to do it. The same question that I asked you before in relation to Agim Kabashi, did he know that you, Krsta Jeftić and Stanko Stankovic, were not members of Serbian military and police at that time?
Da, naravno.
Yes, of course, everybody knew. We had no secrets, and everybody knew where somebody else worked, for which organization, whether they worked for police, and so on.
What you have said, is it fair to sum it up that the local communities of Serbs and Albanians constituted a closely knit local community?
Objection, leading judge.
Overruled. Overruled. You may answer.
Da, naravno, baš.
Yes, of course, that's exactly how it was.
The last name I would like to ask you about for now is Mr. Bayram Morina, and you mentioned Bayram Morina in the context of your detention in Budakovo. It is the same statement of the SPO, part 1, read 2, pages 37 to 38, also in part 2, page 14. Where did Mr. Bayram Morina live at that time?
Bayram
Morimna at the time we lived in Starvučina or Stravučina in Albanian.
Please also circle this location on the map.
Da, naravno.
Yes, of course.
Could you please mark it with number 7? Did Bayram Morina know that the three of you, the three abducted Serbs, were not members of Serbian military and police at that time?
Da, naravno da je.
Yes, of course he knew, because he knew the father of Krsto Jeftić, whose name was Vojislav Jeftić.
Know his father?
Pa on je.
Well, in the 90s, maybe even prior to that, he worked in the co-op, agricultural co-op. And this is where they cooperated together, selling agricultural products.
I've got one specific question about Stanko Stankovic. How did all these people that I have mentioned, all those Albanians, how did they specifically know about Stanko Stankovic, apart from the reason that you have mentioned already?
Stanka Stankovića su.
They knew Stanko Stankovic for one reason, because his son, Ranko Stankovic, used to work as a postman.
Your Honor, I would like to tender this map with all the markings into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
No objection is seen. Do you have a number for this?
The number for the map is SPOE 00301693 to 00301693.
That exhibit is admitted and will be assigned a number.
Your Honor, the marked map will receive exhibit number P 758.
Witness, did you, Krsta Jeftić or Stanko Stankovic, resist the arrest?
Ne, nijednog.
No, not for a single moment did we resist. I simply asked my neighbor, Shukri Gashi, what is going on? What's this? And at that moment, he told me that he was not competent to answer that question, that it was the commander who would decide what to do with us, whether they would keep us or release us.
Under. Did Shukri Gashi mention that they acted on his order or orders or nothing to that effect?
Pa u tom smislu
Well, it was understood that he was working based on the orders of a commander whom I didn't know.
From your SBO statement, we know that you were held in 2 locations, and I would like to ask you first about the first location. Do you believe that you could leave that first location, and yet that was the location of Mr. Palushi? Do you believe that you could leave that location where anytime you wanted?
ne.
No, we were not able to leave because our hands were tied and we were also blindfolded. Additionally, there were a lot of soldiers around us.
The same question about the second location, the house of Kokolari. Do you believe that you could leave that second location whenever you wanted to?
Ne.
No, we could not leave either. In my statement, I said that on the other side of that cellar there were snipers. They were based in a house across.
Apart from the snipers, were there any other reason for which you believed you could not leave that building, that location?
Ima tamo
I have also stated, it's in my statement, where I say that after all the mistreatment and all the beatings, we were
da.
Yes, there were 2 guards. One was on the road, just in front of the house, and the second was right in front of the door where we were kept.
Door to that location locked or not? Do you know that?
Bila su drvena vrata.
It was a wooden door made from planks, and it had a chain and a lock, and at that moment we were locked in.
Witness, while in detention in Budakovo, were you given any food or water?
Ne, ni jednog trenutka.
No, not for a single moment. In my statement, I said that when the Albanian TV came to report on the event, I mentioned that they gave us a bottle of juice, but the cap was on and we couldn't drink it.
In that second location where you were held, whether you at that location drank any water? Do you remember anything like this?
Na toj drugoj lokaciji
In that in that cellar, and he gave it to us, and we all had a gulp or 2.
What was the temperature in that location?
s obzirom da je to
Given that it was a mountainous region, 700 to 800 meters above sea level, the nights tend to be cold, and it was quite a cold night, even though it was July.
Were there any other reasons why you felt cold in that location?
Prolazio je tu nekakvi
Well, there was a stream nearby, a stream running nearby, and that could have had an effect as well. That could have contributed to the cold.
So you're talking about your subjective impression that it was cold. Did also other detainees express the feeling of being cold in that location?
Da, naravno, jer
Yes, of course, because the T-shirts we had on were turned into blindfolds on our eyes, so we were basically, the upper parts of our bodies were bare.
Were you or other detainees in Budakovo able to wash yourselves or use the toilet during your detention time?
ne, nažalost, tu nije.
No, unfortunately, not at all. It was just a dirt floor, and there was a lot of dust everywhere.
Were you or other detainees in Budakovo provided with medical attention?
Ne, nismo ništa.
No, we received nothing except for beatings.
Access to your families while there?
Ne, nikako.
No, not at all. Other than the soldier telling me that my father had been killed and that he would allow me to attend the funeral.
In detention, did you receive any visit from the outside?
Ne, niko.
No, nobody except the soldiers who guarded us there, the guards.
In your statement given to the SPO, and it's 078045 DRET Part 2, page 5, lines 9 to 13, you stated the following. Please listen. At that moment, there were only 3 of us there, but then a bit later, according to my assessment, it may have been 9 or 9:30 in the evening, this party arrived there, and those were actually my neighbors, the neighbors from my village, who were soliciting them to release us. Do you remember that occasion, that visit?
Da, naravno.
Yes, of course. I remember that visit. Those were the brother of Shukri Gashi, Fadil Gashi, and Yetish Kabashi. I did not see them because I was locked inside, but I heard and recognized their voices because they used to be teachers in the elementary school that I attended.
Excuse me, counsel, I think that just for the record that we should probably be using the P756 number as it is a document and evidence in referring to the transcript. 756.1, 756.2, or .3, just for clarity's sake.
Could be. Of course, Your Honors, of course. So I stand corrected, it was P756.2. So you didn't see them, you heard their voices. Were you allowed to talk to them? I don't know, maybe through the door, through the wall?
Ne, uopšte. Samo sam čuo.
No, not at all. I just heard them asking that we be released, whereas the guards told them to go back where they had come from as soon as possible, so as not to get locked up together with us in the same basement.
How did you feel yourself psychologically during all those days in detention in Budakovo?
Vrlo smo bili
we felt tortured, and we only were thinking of whether we would survive.
Excuse me, counsel, I note the time, Judge.
Is this an appropriate time for you to stop?
Yes, I was about to start another short, but another topic.
Witness, we will take a lunch break now. We will be back here at 2:30. Please don't speak to anyone about your testimony that you're giving in the courtroom. If anyone tries to approach you about your testimony, please report that to us. You may go with the court officer now to leave the room.
Okay.
All right?
We will reassemble at 2:30. Thank you.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness back to the courtroom. All right, witness, we will continue with your testimony, and the prosecution still has the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honors, I've got a few questions, and to ask them, I'd prefer to go into private session.
Please into private session.
Your Honors, we're in public session.
Thank you.
Witness, were you or other people detained together with you provided with any reasons for your arrest and detention by the KLA soldiers?
Ne.
No. None of us knew the reason. We did not have the explanation. We were not told why we were there based on what law, what article. Nobody had any sort of information.
Were any of you given any decision upon which your arrest or detention was based?
Ne, nikada.
No, never. We never received any document.
Release document.
Ne, nikada.
No. We never received any documents or anything of the sort. They just let us go and told us not to turn around, and should we turn around, they would shoot at us.
Given any chance to challenge your arrest?
Ne, nikako.
No, not at all.
Were you or other detainees put before any judge and the prosecutor during your detention in Budakovo?
Ne, pred nikim osim
No, not before anyone except for the commander, who is noted wearing a red beret during the first part of our time, who was in the yard in a bunker, and he questioned us. He had a notebook in his hands, and then when they threw me into the bunker, I could see it because my blindfold got loose and fell away from my eyes.
You or any of your co-detainees charged with any crime?
ne, nikako.
No, no one charged us for anything, nor showed us anything, nor proved anything, nothing at all.
The next question, whether anyone presented any evidence against you or your co-detainees?
Ne, zaista.
No, really not, because there was no basis at all whatsoever. There was nothing to prove with any evidence.
The KLA ever punished or disciplined any of those who arrested, detained, or mistreated you?
Ja takvu informaciju
I don't have this information. I never learned anything to that effect, that there was any proceedings or any disciplinary measures taken against them, or that they were considered responsible in any way, nothing of the sort.
Were you examined by the doctor shortly upon your release from Budakovo?
kad smo pušteni.
When we were released from Budakovo, we first reached Rečane village, and the Serbian police arrived there and took us over, took us to the police station, and we waited there to give a statement. The investigating judge from Prizren was supposed to come there. He was called Skender or Skenderi. I'm not sure about his first and last name. While we were waiting at the police station, the commander asked us, "What are you waiting for?" And they said that we were waiting for the judge. And then, after we had given the statements, Dr. Boban Vuksanovic did a checkup of us in a private apartment, and he noted that we had some injuries that we had complained about.
Examination of yours, where did that take place? In which location precisely?
Taj pregled je
The examination was carried out in a privately owned apartment in Suva Reka.
How was that examination conducted? Could you tell the court?
Da, naravno.
Yes, certainly. There were no proper conditions. He did not have a scanner, but he arrived with a bag in which he had the blood pressure monitoring device, a stethoscope, and he noted that, like with Krista, I had my head injured. I complained about injuries on the left and right side, and he felt with his hands, and he said that my fifth and sixth ribs were broken, and those were my injuries. But this is all unimportant. What is important is that we had all remained alive. We also had hematoma and bruises and so on.
You mentioned this equipment that was used. You mentioned the device for measuring pressure. What else was there? A stethoscope, you said?
Su slušalice koji...
Yes, a stethoscope with which he was trying to listen. I don't know how precisely to call that. Just like any doctor who would use it, they have those stethoscopes, and then they carry out the examination. They measure your heartbeat and listen to it. The doctor says breathe in, breathe out, and so on.
Can you say it was a simple external examination of your body? Can we say that? Is it fair to say that?
Pa tako reći,
Yes, so to speak, the simplest figurative examination and nothing more than that.
Witness, I would like to show you one document, and I would kindly ask Madam Court Officer to put it on the screen, but this is not for public display. This is the document dated 5th of July 1998, ERN 0188-3935-0188-3937, ET revised. And I would like to show the witness just one page, which ends with 3936. This would be English. And the same would be on the Serbian document, but the ERN is slightly different. The Serbian ERN would be 0188-3918-0188-3944. The page remains the same, 3936. Yes, that's the document. Thank you. Witness, can you see two documents in front of you? On the left-hand side, you've got the Serbian document. Can you see that? Have you ever seen this document before?
ne nikad,
No, never. This document was not typed before me. Never. My father is not Borivoje. My father's name is Zlatibor.
Session, you remember that last week, and we showed you this document. Do you remember that?
da, naravno.
Yes, of course, but except on that day when you showed it to me, I had never seen this document.
Understood. Does this document relate to your medical examination we spoke about just a few minutes ago?
Verovatno,
probably that was the same doctor, Boban Vuksanovic. And as for the document, I really could not claim anything right now. I find it quite unclear.
Your Honors, I would tender this document into evidence.
Objection, Judge. None from us. No objection.
No objections having been heard. ERN 188-3935, 188-3937, and the Serbian ERN 0188-3198, 0188-3944 are both admitted, or will be admitted.
Your Honor, just to clarify, are we admitting the full document or the single page shown?
For now, we can admit just this single page, Your Honors. Just this page that we have in front of us on the screens.
Your Honor, that page will be assigned exhibit number P759.
Witness, was Krsta Jeftić also examined on that day, medically examined on that day?
Da, naravno.
Yes, of course. We were both in the same apartment, and that's where the doctor examined us, whereas Stanko Stankovic stayed at home and he never reported to a doctor.
Examined?
Da, naravno.
Yes, of course. The doctor noted that Krsta Jeftić had an injury on the right side of his head, as far as I can remember. This is what the doctor noted.
Witness, in your SPO statement, and that would be P756.2, page 20, lines from 18 to 22, you indicated the following about Stanko Stankovic. Please listen. You said, he had several knife cuts on his back. Those knife cuts were not, I think, life-threatening, but psychologically, he was very bad. He was really in a bad psychological condition, and then he also took lots of alcohol, and he never stopped using alcohol until he died. Let's talk about these cuts. Did you actually see those cuts on his body?
Da, vidio.
Yes, I did. He had 2 or 3 cuts in the upper part of his back. When they released us on that morning, Stanko had a spasm in his both legs, and for about 1 kilometer we dragged him along, and then I had the occasion to see that because we did not put on the t-shirts that were used as blindfolds, and that was the occasion when I had a chance to see those injuries on his back, which were not life-threatening.
And I have one last question for you. In this part that I have just read back to you, you also mentioned him being in a very bad psychological condition, and you mentioned also the alcohol abuse. And my question is, did Stanko Stankovic tell you the reason for his bad psychological condition and alcohol abuse?
Jeste.
Yes, he did. Stanko Stankovic repeated until his death that he felt much guilt and responsibility for driving us to Movljane that day, and he really felt guilty because he was inexperienced in war, and he said that we could have all lost our lives being young people, and that was a cause for his depression and torment, and he never stopped drinking.
Really, my last question. You mentioned that Stanko Stankovic was unable to walk. Do you know the reason why he was unable to walk once the 3 of you were released from detention?
A žalio se on tad
He complained of having spasms in the lower legs below his knees, perhaps due to poor circulation, because he had to sit for a long while with hands tied on his back. I really couldn't define and explain it any better, but after a while he started getting to his feet, and he managed to move slowly until one moment, after perhaps an hour or 45 minutes, whether then his circulation stopped or whatever it may have been, I really could not explain to you now.
Any further questions for this witness? Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Mr. Kehoe?
Good afternoon, witness. My name is Gregory Kehoe. I represent President Thaçi, and I just want to ask you a few questions. As Judge Smith told you at the outset, if you don't understand any of the questions that I'm asking you, please just let me know, and I will repeat it. And if I happen to interrupt you at some point when you're giving an answer, I apologize ahead of time. We want all your answers. Just let me know and tell me you haven't finished. Okay?
Thank you.
Witness, let's go back to the events of July the 3rd, and you were out with your uncle Krista, walking around, I take it, near your village, and there was fighting taking place between the Serb forces and the KLA, isn't that right?
ne, nismo.
No, we were not walking. Krista and I, on the 3rd of July, were minding cows not far from Movljane village. And in the afternoon, when it happened that there was an attack or rather an incident between a patrol of the Serbian police and the KLA troops, we were outside the village, and from that moment on we could not get to the village and enter it, but walking through the woods we rather went to the neighboring village of Rečane.
When you were tending to these cows, as you say, and allegedly, there was fighting going on between the Serb forces and the KLA, wasn't there?
Da, naravno.
Yes, right.
Lied to you, wasn't it?
Da,
Yes, as the village is a mountainous one, we were to the north of the village and the attack happened to the south of the village. The Serbian police patrol moved from Suva Reka to Movljane village to see how the Serbian population living in the village was doing.
The Serb military or the MUP moved from Suvreka down to your village, Movljane. That is when the fighting ensued, right? That's when it started.
tada je započeta
That's when the fighting started in Donja Krušica.
When you say fighting, you heard machine gun fire and you heard automatic rifle fire, didn't you?
Da, čulo se I
Yes, a few detonations were heard as well that were somewhat stronger.
You know, from artillery or from rocket-propelled grenades? Where'd they come from?
zaista.
Well, really, I wouldn't be able to formulate that now because I did not have any context that would tell me what weapons those were, but those were really powerful explosions.
Explosions were coming from the Serb military and the Serb police, weren't they?
ne bi znao reći.
I really couldn't tell you because, as I say, we were on a hill and we could not see the fighting. We could just hear the detonations, short bursts of fire, and what was going on.
In your testimony to the prosecution concerning the result of this this fighting by the Serbs and the KLA, and this is 756.1, page 8, line 8 to 15. You noted, this is in the forest, however, when we reached the forest, there was this big influx, a large number of Albanian women and children coming to the forest at the same time. And now, what happened as a result of this fighting, the women and children were driven out of the village and were going into the forest, weren't they?
Ne,
No. Our village was divided into the upper and the lower part. The lower part were mostly Serbs, and the upper part, populated by Albanians, that's about what the forest was mentioned. When the shooting started, women and children began to leave their houses and to move towards the forest where we were as well, and we met them there.
Women and children that you met were coming from your village of Movlani because of the clash between the MUP, the Serb police, and the KLA, right?
da, to je.
Yes, that's 300 meters from the village, this forest, which is located in the direction of Vrševac village.
Sir, is that as a result of the Serb police and military going into your village and the women and children leaving, they were leaving as a result of the Serb forces coming into the village and attacking, right?
To čim je počelo,
As soon as the shooting started, for security reasons, they began to come out of their homes immediately and began to leave the village. So even before the army or anybody else entered, but as far as I remember, there was no army at all. There were just the police, as far as I remember and as far as I know. And when they entered the village, the whole village had already evacuated and there was nobody left in it.
An item, this is SPOE 00226697 and to 00226716. Unfortunately, there is no Serb translation, so I'll just read the pages. It's page 2 and 3. And this is talking about the fighting at the time on the 3rd. And it noted that on the 7th day, the enemy in this instance is the Serbs, launched an attack with the Serbian military and police forces supported by 3 armored vehicles, 2 Pinskauers, 1 combi bus, and a vehicle coming from Soreka in the direction of Krušica and Molan. As they approached Molan, which of course is your village, our reconnaissance team opened fire with a 150-millimeter rocket-propelled grenade, machine gun, and automatic fire. The first battle took place whilst we were at reconnaissance stage. The fighting continued for about 3 hours. Commander Kumanova came to assist us with a squad from the 121st Brigade, and the battle ended at about around 2100 hours. Now, to your knowledge, on the 3rd witness, was this an accurate assessment as to what transpired in your village with the attack by the Serbs?
ja se ne sjećam niti.
I don't remember the attack, nor am I aware of it.
is that right? I mean, you at least heard the attack. You heard the firing and the artillery and the machine guns and the automatic weapons, didn't you?
Osim tog 3. jula
Except for the 3rd of July when what I described happens, I'm not aware of any other incident, nor have I heard, nor do I remember it.
Head with your story, and your story is as you were heading towards the forest or in the forest, you ran into some KLA soldiers and someone, but you told the SPO his name is Bayram Marina. Is that right?
tako je.
That's right. When we started fleeing because we could not enter our own village, Movljane, so going through the forest, we came up above Stara Vučina village, or Stravučin in Albanian, and that was where we came across a group of KLA soldiers, and that was when Bayram Morina, when he saw us coming along, he said, "What happened?" And at that moment I told him in Albanian, we have to save women and children who are down there because it was a hay gathering season, and so what essentially happened, whether he recognized us or realized who we were, then they started shooting, but we were really 350 or 400 meters away. There was a stream as well where we got to. We wanted to skip the main road leaving from Rečani to Starovučina, and bullets were whizzing all around us, in front of us, behind us, and at one point I had a feeling as if a bullet grazed me, the right side of my head. Perhaps it only seemed so to me because of fear, or perhaps it really happened. I really could not assert that now, nor could I formulate it more precisely.
Show us, do you have a scar whether you were grazed by a
Ne
bullet?
naravno, ne na...
No, of course not. This is precisely why I say maybe it just seemed like that to me at the moment, but I seem to have a sensation of that sort.
To these KLA members, and you describe them on at 756, page 10, 756.1, page 10, 19 to 24. You describe these soldiers that you ran into with Bayram Marina as terrorists, right?
Pa ne u smislu...
Well, not in the sense of terrorists. Now, I don't know what exactly you would imply by the concept of terrorists. A couple of them wore uniforms. Others were in civilian clothes, but armed with weapons.
56, page 10, line 19 to 24. You were asked by the SPO, and how are they dressed, those KLA members? And you answer, or the terrorists, as I should call them. That was you calling them terrorists, right? You told the SPO that they were terrorists. Didn't you?
Možda sam slučajno...
Perhaps I said it accidentally, not in the sense that I wanted to insult anyone, but I may have even subconsciously put it that way, terrorists.
Let me talk to you about another portion of your testimony, and this is, again, 756.1 at line 10 and 11. Excuse me. I'm sorry, page 14, line 10 and 11. And you said we then continued in some 300 to 500 meters before entering Movljani village. We encountered a group of terrorists wearing black uniforms. And then you were asked on page 24 of 756.1 at line 1 to 5, was the house guarded? Yes, they were uniformed people here. We arrived there. My estimate is that some 12 to 13,000 terrorists were there. So in fact, sir, you were describing the KLA continuously as terrorists, right?
Možda moguće da sam to...
Perhaps it's possible that I said so, but subconsciously, certainly not in the hope that I would insult anyone by saying that.
So when calling them terrorists, were, from your testimony, I'll just let it stand. We'll let your testimony stand. And these individuals that you saw in the village with Byram Marina, they were wearing, some had uniforms and some had civilian clothing, right?
Da.
Yes.
You are just shy of your 19th birthday when this takes place, on the 3rd of July of 1998, right?
Tako je, 7.
That's right. On the 7th of July 1998, I turned 19.
Also about 19, wasn't he?
On u oktobru.
In October, on the 5th of October, he was about to turn 19.
When you were 19, when you were 19 years of age, you joined the VJ, didn't you? The Serb army.
Ne.
No?
How old were you when you joined the VJ in March of 1999? How old?
Nismo se mi...
No, we didn't join the army. We went to serve the mandatory service. When we turned 19, we were called up for this mandatory service, and that was in mid-March, whereas on the 24th of March, the bombing of the then Federal Republic of Yugoslavia started.
Answer the call in the March of 1999. You were 19 years of age, weren't you?
Da, naravno.
Yes, of course.
Happened in July of 1999. You and your cousin were of, your cousin Krista, or your uncle, I should say, were of fighting age. You were just shy of 19 years of age. Isn't that right?
Da, ali nismo imali...
Yes, but we had no military or police duties back in '98.
To that. That's what you say, but we'll get to that. So you come into the forest, you see Byram Marina, you tell him the story about we're here to protect the women and children who are in the forest, isn't that right?
Ja se izvinjavam, gospodine, ali...
I apologize, sir, but you obviously misunderstood me. The women and children were not in the forest. I told you that they were in the valley
Nacionalnost...
gathering hay. Women and children of Albanian ethnicity had left the village that same night.
You are telling Byram Marina that you and your uncle Krista, who's the same age, are trying to help these people, aren't you? That's what you told him.
Ne, mi smo rekli za našu.
No, we said our women and children were down there and we were going to save them. You misunderstood me.
Marina found out why you were there. He waved you through, didn't he? He said, come on, they're okay. Didn't he?
Ne, on je rekao
No, he said, hurry up to get to them as quickly as possible, and we continued on.
And meanwhile, when you're having this conversation with Byram Marina, the battle is going on between the Serb forces and the KLA, right?
tad već
At that point in time, we were quite far away from that point, and I can't claim that I was still hearing shooting. I just saw a group of people going from Stara Vučina to Movljena, probably to provide support to the others participating in the fighting.
Listen to my question. When you ran into Byram Marina and you told him what you were doing, and he told you to move on, the fighting was still going on between the Serbs and the KLA, wasn't it? Yes or no?
verovatno da
Most probably, yes.
And after Byram Marina let you go with your uncle, you and Krista ran into the forest, didn't you?
to je jedan predel
It's an area where our properties are. And the villagers of Stara Vučina and Movljena had their properties there, and that area led to a stream, and it went downhill for some 200 meters, and it was only then that we started running, and at that point they realized that we were Serbs.
So Byram Marina knew you were a Serb when he stopped you and talked to you, didn't he? They knew you were Serbs there. Or he didn't know? Your testimony.
No, they didn't. At that moment, as it was happening quickly, he did not realize that we were Serbs.
You are.
Because he hadn't recognized us.
You knew Byram Marina, didn't you?
poznavao sam ga iz
I knew him because he used to work with the father of Krsto Jeftić, my uncle.
SPO that you knew Byram Marina from before the war, right?
da jeste
Yes, correct. All those neighboring villages populated by Albanians, I knew 99% of the villagers. I knew their first name, their last name, they knew me, they knew my father, my family.
And as a matter of fact, you told the SPO when we on direct examination this morning that everybody knew everybody because you're all part of the same community, right?
pa u suštini
Well, actually, there were some 200 to 220 Serbs living in that entire region around the village of Movljene. And we felt free, we socialized, we went hunting together, we had various activities, sport activities, we all went to the same school. It's just that one side was populated mostly by Albanians and the other side was populated by the Serbs. We never had any problems, we never argued, we never had fights at school.
So just going back to my question, when Byram Marina ran into you on the afternoon of the 3rd of July, he knew exactly who you were, didn't he?
ja mislim da u to
I think that at that given moment he did not recognize us, and it was only when he saw us running away that he realized who we were.
You run into Byram Marina, he waves you through, and you're two almost 19-year-old young men of fighting age. When you get the chance, you start to run away. right?
Pa da,
Well, yes, because we realized that we'd be in trouble if we ran into them once again, because prior to that incident, there had been many cases of kidnapping. 3 of our relatives from Rečane were kidnapped, and just thinking about those incidents, one was well aware of the security problems, and we wanted to avoid something like that happening again.
You run towards your uncle's house, Stanko Stankovic, in Rečani, right?
da, ot,
Yes. Around 7 p.m. on the 3rd of July, we arrived to the house of Stanko Stankovic. We spent the night there. And then in the morning, around 7 a.m. or 6:45, Stanko Stankovic suggested to take us in a motorized cultivator back to our home.
With your Uncle Krista and you to head back to your village, and when there is on the day after a battle takes place and before it starts again, and you have guns, rifle and pistols, don't you?
ne,
No, that morning, when we started out to the Movljane village, the hunting rifle of Stanko Stankovic and the pistol, and I did not know that that pistol existed. It was simply found in the motorized cultivator in front of Movljane that morning at about 7:30.
Let me stop you there. That you were asked this question when you were stopped by Shukri Gashi, and this is at 756.1, page 16, line 24 to page 17, line 5. And then Shukri Gashi approached you, and you had that exchange you told us about. What happened then? Answer. And Sokol Kabashi also approached us. He searched us, and they confiscated our rifle, and our pistol. Sokol took the pistol from the tiller and the hunting rifle. They actually handed over to one of the group of those 15. I don't remember who approached and took the rifle. Well, you told the SPO when you were interviewed back in 2020 that they searched us and they confiscated our rifle and our pistol. Is that right?
ne u smislu naše.
Not in this sense, or rather, I used the term ours because it was there on that vehicle, but I had no knowledge of those weapons being on the vehicle.
Ever tell the SPO in your interview that you had, that came into evidence as Exhibit 756, P756, or when you had a chance to talk this over again with the prosecutor a few days ago, and you had a prep note, which is P757, did you ever tell the SPO that you had no knowledge that those weapons were there? Did you ever say that? Once?
Nisam imao.
No, nobody asked me that type of question. I answered every question put to me by the prosecution.
The portion of your statement that said they searched us and they confiscated our rifle and our pistol, you in fact made some changes to that But you didn't make any change about the sentence that says they searched us and they confiscated our rifle and our pistol, did you? You never made that
Ne.
change.
Pa ne znam kako sad.
Well, I don't know how it is being interpreted. Ours, yours. I couldn't say mine or yours. I did not have any weapons at that point in time. So I don't know how that sentence can be interpreted. You are interpreting it in a certain way.
Time, you are an armed combatant. You go to your uncle's house, you get weapons, you knowingly get weapons because you don't say anything that these weapons are not yours, and then with your uncle, Krista, and your uncle, Stanko Stankovic, drive back into a combat area armed with weapons. Didn't you?
Ne.
No.
Now, you were aware during this period of time that the Serb authorities were arming Serb civilians, weren't you?
Meni to nije poznato.
I wasn't aware of that. Maybe there were such cases, but I never saw anybody arming anyone else.
Village during 1998 that the Serb authorities, the MUP and the VJ, either one, that they, or the paramilitaries, that they were arming the Serb population. Yes or no? Did you know that? Or did you learn that? Yes or no?
Ne, za.
No, truly not. No.
For these judges is that you never heard from anybody at any time in any place in Kosovo that the Serb authorities were arming civilians. Is that your testimony?
Da, naravno, nikad.
Yes, of course. Even if there were such cases, the elders never told us about them. Maybe it was done secretly, but I have no information to that effect.
Let me get where we are here, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, because after you're on your way back on the 4th, and again, there's fighting going on the 4th, isn't there? The 4th of July, the date of your abduction?
Da, to je.
Yes, that was in the afternoon. The fighting started again because the police had learned that morning that we had been abducted. So, since the previous night, there was a lull in the fighting, and then the fighting erupted again on the 4th of July in the afternoon, while we were kept detained up in the village.
The afternoon of the 4th, because you and Stanko Stankovic and your uncle had taken into custody. That's why it took place? That's why the Serbs attacked, I should say?
Ne. Uopšte.
No, there was no attack. Radio wasn't functioning, so they could not learn that we had arrived in the village of Movljane. This is why the police came to inquire about us, and they found out that we disappeared while traveling to the village, and this is when the fighting erupted again. I can't tell you who attacked first, whether it was the Serbian police or the KLA. I did not see it because I was up there detained.
The Serbs attacked it in the direction of Budakova, didn't they?
Nije to bio nikakav napad.
It wasn't really an attack in the direction of Budakova. It was an attack on the Serbian police traveling on the road from Suva Reka to Rečane towards Movljane. Between the Donja and Gornja Krušica, it was mostly there that the attacks took place, but because it was a convenient spot for attacks.
You have information about these attacks coming in on the 4th, right? You just told us about, you had information about this attack. So you do know about the attack on the 4th, right?
Do tih
I learned that some 3 to 5 years later, 3 to 5 years after the events, because I met up with friends who perhaps experienced the same fate. So we exchanged this information. I learned about what was taking place when and where. I did not know about it on that day. I did not know about it contemporaneously. I knew nothing about that incident, about the war, about that case, call it whatever you want. But I did not have any information on that at the time, nor did Krsto or any of us three who were kidnapped on that day.
BOE 00226697 to 00226716, and this is at page 3. And I'll just read it because there's no Serbian translation. And we're talking about the 4th of July, 1998. It said it was precisely at 1400 hours when the enemy forces, Serb forces, launched their attack on Krušica in the direction of Budakova. Did that happen?
zaista se ja toga ne sjećam ni.
I truly don't remember that, nor do I have such information about the exact time. When that incident happened, one of the KLA soldiers came to the yard while we were in the yard of Lumnija Palusha and told me, tomorrow we will let you go to bury your father because we have just killed him. And later I learned that my father was nowhere near on that day.
Well, after you were, in fact, taken into custody with the rifle and the pistols, you ran into Byram Marina, and he was very upset because he had let you go the day before. Isn't that right?
Da, on je...
Yes, he also showed up there in Budakovo. And I think it says in my statement that he was repairing a vehicle, Lada Niva, the car in which we were driven from the house of Lumnija Palusha to the house of Lair Kokolari, where we were kept in the basement. And then on the same day, when they released us, the KLA soldiers used that same Lada vehicle to drive us to a spot where they let us go in the direction of Gornja Krušica.
Marina, and this is on your 756.1, page 28, line 12 to 16. I'll just read it. He said, Byron Marina, he said, and I quote him like, I fuck your mother's C-U-N-T, because yesterday you were carrying your rifle until yesterday, and then you tell me that you're saving those women and children. He was taking his revenge from me having escaped from him the day earlier. Did you tell the SBO that?
A evo vidite, sada se...
So you see, we come back to that same issue that we discussed earlier when I told him that we were in the forest saving women and children. Bayram Morina came and said precisely the words that I had told you earlier, and that's precisely how it happened. He took his revenge.
These neighbors that you were telling the SPO about, how they know that you're not involved with the military or involved with guns or involved with anything, they were in fact shocked to find out that you were traveling in a combat area with weapons, weren't they?
Ne, nijednog...
No, not for a moment. There was no shock whatsoever. Otherwise, Fadil Gashi, the brother of Shukri, and the other one, the teachers in the elementary school in Movljane, would never have come asking that we be released, knowing full well that we had nothing to do either with the military or the police, and that we never took part in any attacks, either then or previously. All of them knew about the activities that we were involved in, and they knew about our lives just as we knew about theirs. We always helped each other in all sorts of activities whenever the help was needed.
Summarize your conduct on the 3rd and the 4th. You're outside of Movljana, close by to a violent conflict between Serb forces and KLA forces. When you stop by the KLA and they let you go through, you run away. You then go to your uncle's house. You spend the night in your uncle's house with your other uncle, Krista Jeftich, and when you leave the next morning, the three of you are armed, driving back into toward a combat area, weren't you? That's all accurate, isn't it?
Ja zaista...
I truly can't claim what you are saying. I can't share your opinion. This is your conclusion as defense lawyer. I do not consider that I went there with the intention to get armed and then go back with the intention of attacking anyone or carrying out an attack on the 4th of July.
You didn't go there with the intention to get arms, but you did, didn't you? You got arms and then drove back into a conflict area, didn't you?
Ali ja I dalje...
I keep repeating and saying to you that I had nothing to do with those weapons. I personally had no weapons.
Talk a little bit before we go into
We simply greeted each other as neighbors.
Individual that you ran into at Doña Crucica, Descu Kabashi, he had no idea that your uncle, your two uncles were armed, did he? He had no idea you had guns with you.
Da, ali vi mene uporno
Yes, but you keep accusing me of having weapons. I did not have any weapons on me on that day.
That you had weapons on you, and you never, if you didn't have weapons, you never told the SPO in all of their interview that you didn't have weapons. You said they were our weapons, didn't you?
Pa dobro, ako vi smatrate
Well, if you think that that formulation should be interpreted in that way, and everybody is entitled to their own interpretation, I have no reply to give to you.
Now, let me say this to you.
Your Honor, we're in public session.
All right, now we're adjourned until 9:30.
All right.
9 o'clock, I'm sorry.